Beautiful, thank you. This morning's prayer will be given by, I'm sorry, not prayer. The House will come to order, thank you. This morning's pledge will be given by Sierra Palmer, Evelyn Palmer, and Wyatt Palmer.
Will you please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And members, these lovely kids are the children of our own Aaron Palmer, so welcome them. Good job, kids. Mr. Rendell, please call the roll.
Representatives Arndt,
Yeah, okay, and then,
Becker J,
okay.
J. Becker,
Excused.
Becker K, Beckman, Benavides, Bridges, Representative Bridges, Buck, Buckner, Carver, Catlin, Coleman, Covarrubias, Danielson, Escar, Everett, Exum, Foote, Garnett, Janal. Okay, thank you. Bridges present. Gray. Hamner. Hanson. Herod. Hooten. Humphrey. Jackson.
Excused.
Kennedy. Kraft Tharp. Landgraf. Landgraf.
She's here.
Lawrence.
Morning.
Lebsock. Representative Lebsock.
Excused.
Lee. Leonard. Lewis. Liston. Representative Liston. Lontine. Lundeen. McKean. McLaughlin. Melton. Michelson Janae. Mitch Bush. Representative Mitch Bush.
Excused.
Navarro. Representative Jackson's present. Neville. Nordberg. Pabon. Pedersen. Rankin. Ransom. Rosenthal. Sane. Salazar. Sias. Representative Lebsock is present. Singer. Thurlow. Valdez.
Good morning, Colorado!
Ben Winkle. Weissman. Willett. Williams. Wilson. Good morning. Winter. Wist. Young. Madam Speaker.
Excused. Present.
Madam Speaker is present. Becker J is present.
Representative Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. I move that the reading of the Journal of Wednesday, March 29th be dispersed with and approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Sorry, Representative Lewis, just give me a second. With 64 present, 1 excused, we have a quorum. Please proceed.
Madam Chair, I move that the reading of the Journal of Wednesday, March 29th, 2017 be dispensed with and approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The journal will be adopted. Announcements and introductions. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. Good morning, members. Last Thursday night, March the 23rd, Huerfano County had gale force winds combined with heavy snow snapping power lines, power poles throughout the county, leaving families, friends, and neighbors without electricity. Thankfully, there have been no injuries or fatalities. San Isabel Electric Company's crews were out repairing early Friday morning, fighting heavy snows, mud, and wind. It has been observed that San Isabel vehicles were stuck and having to be pulled from mud by heavy equipment. And up on the big screen, we have a photo of the conditions and our crews. Well, the conditions, not our crews, but conditions of. And Tuesday night, we received more rain and snow, making more of a hardship on crews to restore power. There are still residents without power since the initial storm. Hopefully, the weather holds out so crews can fix the remaining lines. They have lost over 300 poles in the storm and have 16 working crews day and night to restore the power. Through unfavorable weather
Representative
conditions.
Valdez, just give me a second, please. I know everyone's busy, members, but if we could please have your attention to announcements and introductions and guests in the chamber. Please proceed.
Thank you. They have lost over 300 poles in this storm and have 16 crews working day and night to restore the power through unfavorable weather conditions. I ask you to keep these family, friends, and neighbors in your thoughts and in your prayers. I will be reaching out to residents of the area today. And my door is open for answers and solutions. In this storm, 10,000 people were without electricity. Currently, there are about 350. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Valdez. Representative Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Good morning, everybody. Come on, y'all. Good morning, everybody. All right. I'd like to take a moment to recognize the Be Well Health and Wellness Initiative. Be Well is a groundbreaking movement. Hey! Be Well is a groundbreaking movement of communities coming together to take charge of their physical and mental health in Greater Park Hill, Northeast Park Hill, Montclair, Montbello, Northwest Aurora, and Stapleton neighborhoods, the Be Well Zone. At the core of the Be Well movement are adult and youth Be Well block captains who visit community members in their homes, schools, and places of worship, connecting them to healthy living resources and educating them about the importance of getting active to help create healthy communities. Be Well Health and Wellness Initiative, thank you for being here. Please stand and be recognized on both sides of the chamber. Please stand.
Welcome, welcome, honored guests.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'd like to introduce my city council member up in the gallery, Bonnie Finley, with the Colorado Association of Commerce and Industry. It's their day-to-day. Come say hi to them in the gallery. Thank you so much for being here.
Welcome up in the chamber, up in the gallery, I mean, from Casey. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, members, I want to give a shout out to one of my elders, one of our elders in Northeast Denver and Park Hill. Mabel Banks is here today. Thank you for being here, Mabel. She has lived in Park Hill for generations, Northeast Denver for generations, and has seen the community change drastically and has been a part of keeping our community safe and healthy. Thank you so much for being here. I also want to give a shout out to Tay Anderson, who is also here today. He is the president of the High School Student Government Association, as well as a leading scholar at Manual High School. I want to welcome you here today, Tay, and encourage you to continue to be involved in the political process. And one more constituent I want to announce is Simone Ross, who is here up in the gallery. Simone, hi. Thanks for being here, and thank you for continuing to advocate for our communities. Thank you.
Representative Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And members, you know, one of the best parts about this job is the process of getting the job, because you get to know the community, you begin to make friends that last a lifetime. And I want to recognize 3 of those individuals who are on the floor today to watch the People's House and the process that we do every day to help pass laws. These 3 individuals have worked with me since the beginning on individual policy ideas and ideas that they believe could help make Colorado better. And I've tried to bring as many of those ideas into this body as I can, but I want to recognize John Ferguson, Al Bilford, and Bob Popovich for being here today and for all the work that they do to make our community better. Thank you.
Representative Melton. Representative Everett.
So members, what is tomorrow? Good. You guys have been conditioned. So let's go to the John Melton smoking update.
Still clean and happy about it, ish, at times.
Ish?
Ish.
You want to expand on that, Representative
Not
Melton?
really.
So, you kind of smell like Smokey. You
It's
okay?
a stressful week.
I don't care.
But I'm happy that it's almost over because it's bolo, bow tie, baby, scarf, and a lot on Friday.
Whatever. Anything goes Friday. Thanks, members.
Representative McKean.
And, if I may.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker Pro Tem. You start.
Well, thank you, Representative McKean, and thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Just a quick announcement from the class of 2017. We have a wonderful social hour planned for this afternoon. For those of you that aren't stuck in committee, 4 o'clock on the porch, cold drinks and nibbles available. And we'd love to see you all there at 4 o'clock.
Cast your eye to the window, members. Cast your eye to the window. Don't you want to be out there instead of in here at 4 o'clock this afternoon? Yes, you do. Just like a kid in kindergarten looking outside, you'd rather be out there.
Okay.
Except Representative Hansen, who was not that kid in kindergarten. He was trying to decide how to color between the lines. But 4 o'clock, we'll be out there. Come see us. We have nibbles. We have beverages.
And for Representative Liston, there will be no cover charge.
None.
No
well,
cover.
today only. Today only.
Representative Kraft-Tharp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Business Affairs and Labor Committee members, We have a whole slew of bills today. 6 bills. It's a record for us. We're going to be hearing Senate Bill 187 with Representative Janal, House Bill 1272
Just a second,
with
Representative Kraftharp.
Putin,
Just a sec.
Representative McKean and Hansen, the two.
Settle down, folks.
I really need them to be listening to me. It's all right.
Rep. Kraftharp is announcing some very important bills that are going to be in committee today.
Very important. Representatives McKean and Hansen will be bringing us House Bill 1263. Oh, this is the one you were okay. That Representative Danielson would like for us to pay attention because her bill, House Bill 1269, will be coming up in committee today. And then finally, for action only, Representative Arndt and Representative Lawrence will be coming up. Oops, I meant Representative Danielson and Neuberg. Sorry, Representative Neuberg. So see you today. Busy day, everybody. Rest up. Be prepared. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Michelson-Janae.
Good morning, members. I'm asking you for a second to think about your ideal spring break. Right? What would you do if you had any opportunity on spring break? Well, I have a young man here today, Jacob Jewell from Stewart Middle School in my district, right over there, who decided he wanted to spend the day with you all. Would you please stand and give him a round of applause? Because we're excited that he wants to be part of this system. Thank you so much, Jacob, and his mom for bringing him. Have a great one.
Representative Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Health Insurance and Environment, we are going to meet today at 1:30 in room 107. We are going through a number of bills. House Bill 1080, House Bill 1235, House Bill 1264, Senate Bill 190, and Senate Bill 88. So please be there by 1:30. Thanks.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I know a lot of you don't believe I have a heart, but I really do. And to prove it, my heart and my love of my life, would you all give a round welcome, a strong welcome to my lovely wife, Mary Ann. Thank you.
Welcome. Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And before we start our serious work on the floor this morning, I need to call down the Capitol Choir. We have another birthday on the floor today. Today is Representative Carver's birthday. Did you know that?
Happy birthday, Representative
It's
Carver.
Representative Carver's birthday, and she's back there working so hard she doesn't even know we're about to sing happy birthday to her. But
Representative Carver.
Happy birthday to you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Excuse me. No. Excuse me, members. That was terrible. We're going to start over again.
We're going to try that again.
Members, you need to follow your leader. Are you ready? Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Representative Carver. Happy birthday to you.
Much better.
Happy birthday, Rep. Carver. Madam Majority Leader, Representative Becker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I want to welcome to the House floor today students from Casey Middle School and Boulder High School and some parents and teachers from Boulder High School who are going to be learning a little bit about the legislative and judicial process today. So thank you for coming down.
Welcome, students. And while we're getting ready for the next announcement, there's a lot of people who did not get fined today who should have. So guests and members, you got off easy. Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members, the United Veterans Committee of Colorado is having their 45th annual awards banquet. You should have received an invitation on your desk as well as emails. This is going to be on Sunday afternoon and evening on April 9th at the Renaissance Denver Motel at 3801 Quebec Street. About 400 veterans, family members, and elected officials and supporters of the veterans will be in attendance. A time for socializing and networking starts at 3:30 and the banquet begins at 5. We would love to see all of you there. You may purchase a ticket for other guests at UVC, and you have the information on your desk. Thank you so much.
Are there any more announcements and introductions? Okay, members, next order of business is third reading. Third reading of bills. Please be seated. Representative Salazar.
Are you ready to go on third reading?
Okay. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1230.
House Bill 1230 by Representatives Salazar and Escar, all Senators Guzman and Kagan, concerning protection for Colorado residents from federal government overreach based on a person's status.
Thank you. And members, we're in third reading. Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move House Bill 1230 for House Bill 1230 for third reading, final passage.
Representative Willett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I request permission for a third reading amendment of a technical nature.
The question before the House of Representatives is the permission to offer a third reading amendment. Representative Willett, please proceed.
Thank you. Members, this is the amendment that I believe is friendly to remove the Ralph Carr name from the bill. It's the same amendment that we saw on seconds. So it strikes lines 16 to 18, which is the reference to Ralph Carr, and then renames the short title Colorado Freedom Defense Act. Doesn't affect the substance of the bill.
Members, the question before us is to grant permission for the third reading amendment. Mr. Randall, please open the machine. With 64 ayes, 1 no, 0 excused, permission for third reading amendment is granted. Representative Willett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I see that the amendment L033 has been displayed, and I move HB 1230, Amendment L033, and it is as I just described.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L033? Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And members, just some clarification here. We talked about this during second reading, and there was some debate back and forth whether the family of Ralph Carr wanted his name on the bill or not. Representative Salazar received an email from a nephew that said, yes, in fact, he supported this and was proud to have the name Ralph Carr put on it. And after our debate, Representative Salazar received another email from another relative, and I'm going to read from a part of that email. His name is Stephen Carr, and he said he would personally prefer that his name not be used in partisan fashion. He would urge that his name be removed from the bill, but would also like to let us know that he does not oppose nor support the legislative bill, but feels uncomfortable that it has been used as a polarizing legislation and prefer for that reason for it to be renamed. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood it's not the substance of the bill that the family was either for or against. It was the fact that the bill had become so polarized politically that they didn't feel comfortable his name being on it. And for that reason, Representative Salazar and I both came to agreement that the right thing to do would be to rename the bill the Colorado Freedom Defense Act, and therefore we urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L033? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of Amendment L033. Please open the machine. And members proceed to vote. Representative Arndt. Close the machine. With 63 ayes, 2 noes, the amendment is adopted. Representative Salazar.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1230 as amended.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1230 as amended. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McKean. Close the machine. With 37 ayes, 28 noes, House Bill 1230 is passed. Co-sponsors. Close the machine. Representative Kraftharp.
Do you want to say now the next order of business is second reading by orders? Do you want me to do that right now? Yeah. Yes. Right now. So I moved to receive. Okay.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move that the following bills be added as a special orders calendar on Thursday, March 30th at 9:34 a.m. House Bill 1242, Senate Bill 230.
Seeing no discussion, the bills will be added as special order at the Majority Leader's request. Next order of business is special orders. Representative Kraftharp. You've heard the motion. Seeing no discussion, Representative Kraftharp will take the chair.
I'm having them all downstairs right now.
And let's go then. The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee amendments will not be read unless requested, as they are printed and in your bill folders and on your iPad. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and not read unless requested. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the court rule will be relaxed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1242, one bill.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, House Bill 1242 will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Madam Majority Leader and Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 230. There is no committee report.
Thank you. Let's have Mr. Randall read the title to Senate Bill 230.
Senate Bill 230 by Senators Holbert and Guzman, also Representative Becker Kay and Neville, concerning payment of expenses of the Legislative Department.
It's all you, Mr.
Madam Majority Leader, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is just a simple bill that funds our operations here in the legislative branch and all the departments associated with us. We thought about naming this the Marilyn Edens Act, but we didn't receive her permission, so we decided not to.
Thank you, members. Pretty
Madam Majority
straightforward.
Leader.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is my problem? Thank you, Madam Chair. Pretty straightforward. We just need to fund the operations of our own branch of government. We ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Mr. Minority Leader, you okay? Nothing else. Okay. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 230? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 230. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate Bill 230 passes. Mr. Randall, please read the title to House Bill 1242.
House Bill 1242 by Representatives Duran and Mitch Bush, all Senators Grantham and Baumgartner, concerning transportation funding.
Thank you, Mr. Randall. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Transportation Committee report, the Finance Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you. To the Appropriations report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
And, oh, excuse me, Madam Speaker, could you also move the bill?
Yes, I was just about to. And also House Bill 1242.
Thank you. To the Appropriations report.
Appropriate the funds. I ask for your support.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report?
76.
Seeing none. Members, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Appropriations Committee report passes. To the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. We did make some clarifications in the Finance Committee. We simplify the appointment process for one of the committees. We also clarified some of the low-income language as well. We do have an amendment to the Finance Committee report.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L076, which is an amendment to 1242's Finance Committee report.
Okay, thank you. The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. CML and CCI have asked us for this amendment. Here's why. The amendment was added, this amendment was added in finance, and what we were trying to do with the amendment added in finance, which this amendment then essentially changes, is to hold harmless cities and counties that had not debruced. They were concerned with the language the attorneys came up with, so we have instead we are offering this amendment, which will essentially enable the cities and counties who are not debruced to be able to decide what, if any, Tabor refund, if a Tabor refund is due, will then allow them to make the decision as to how to deal with that at the local level.
Thank you. So is there any further discussion on L076? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L076. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Amendment L076 passes. To the committee report. Is there any further discussion on the committee report? This is the Finance Committee report to 1242. Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The Finance Committee report passes. To the Transportation Committee, Madam Speaker.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. And members, we have several amendments to the Transportation Committee report, to the substance that is in there now. One of the amendments that got on in the Transportation Committee was offered by Representative Jay Becker to remove the faster late fees that was adopted in the Transportation Committee to reduce and remove the faster late fees. Beyond that, we have some amendments, starting with L072. And we move L072 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'll wait just a moment while L072 is being displayed. L072 is, now it is fuzzy. Now it is properly displayed. Thank you very much. Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L072 increases transparency and accountability by requiring CDOT to annually report to TLRC regarding its expenditures from the pedestrian active transportation account of the multimodal fund.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we want to continue to make sure that there's transparency around what is being done, and so this is a good amendment as it relates to accountability. We ask for your support.
Thank you. So the question before, is there any further discussion on L072? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage. Representative Lawrence. On L072, this is the moment. Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just a little curious why we're singling out just one portion of the funding that's a part of this bill for transparency. Why are we not addressing everything when it comes to transparency and the money that's being collected and spent on this bill?
Thank you, Representative Lawrence. Is there any further discussion? Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We already require the transparency for the other committee. We thought it was really important to provide it for this one.
So, members, we have some really invigorating conversations that are happening up here on House Bill 1242, and specifically the committee report and amendments. If I could get people to quiet down just a little bit. Okay, do I need to do this again? Okay, so we just want to turn it down a little bit. Representative Mitch Bush.
I already spoke. Thank you.
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, there are a lot of moving pieces in this bill and a lot of different buckets of money that we're talking about. And when we're only looking at making one section of this transparent, I don't think that really meets the needs of the people of Colorado. Why aren't we listing everything? Why aren't we being as transparent about the entire process, whether it's the projects for roads and bridges or sidewalks or bike paths or multimodal or whatever it is? Why are we not addressing every piece of transparency in this instead of singling out one small piece and thinking that that's going to satisfy the people of Colorado?
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have two citizen committees that offer accountability. CDOT needs to report to the Transportation Energy Committee normally during its SMART hearings, and it will also be reporting to TLRC.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I think we need to get back to this amendment. And this amendment ensures that there's transparency and a report to TLRC. We ask for your support.
Thank you. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would offer substitute amendment L089.
Thank you. L089 is perfect. It is properly before us. Please proceed, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the issue of transparency, which is critically important for public trust in this process, understanding what is being proposed to be funded, what monies are going to be used. A critical piece of this is to increase transparency in the contracting process that is done for these projects. And what this amendment does is it makes known to the public the bids that were submitted with careful exclusion for proprietary information so that the public can see who bid on the project, what the bids were, minus the proprietary, and have a sense that we are using these dollars efficiently and effectively. And I would move L089 for a vote.
Thank you. Representative Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this substitute amendment. We're going to hear in the course of this debate today, excuse me, a lot of conversation around content that is the subject of the broader bill. But this particular amendment gets to two critical questions of public trust in the process and, quite frankly, good government. This will give us a better ability, thank you very much. This will give us a better ability, it will give the public a better ability to actually know what's going on, to actually have confidence and trust in the dollars that are being spent, how they're being spent and managed by this large organization known as CDOT. This is a very good amendment. I urge your support.
Representative Lebsack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that we're close with these two amendments. And so what I would ask the maker of this amendment to do is to withdraw this amendment and see if we can amend a different amendment that came from the two bill sponsors, because their amendment also spoke to transparency. And I think that there's some merit to this amendment, and I think we can, if you withdrew this amendment, I think that we can work it out and add some of this language to an existing amendment already. But
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Lepsock. I don't agree to withdraw the amendment unless there is agreement that the amendment in total will be added. It is the language of this amendment addresses transparency in the bidding. So respectfully, Representative Lebsack, I would not withdraw on the basis you suggest, but perhaps in hearing from the bill sponsors.
Madam Speaker.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and Representative Carver. Unfortunately, I had not seen this amendment, and so it's kind of been sprung onto us. I would like to vote on the substitute amendment, and it is within typical rules that we take amendment by amendment. There's not a quid pro quo, or there's not an agreement for one amendment if in exchange for another one. So I would ask for a no vote at this point on this amendment, because we would like to get to the original amendment that was introduced as it related to the CDOT to annually report to the TLRC regarding its expenses.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Members, just to remind you, we're on House Bill 1242, the Transportation Committee. We had an amendment L72, L89 as a substitute to amendment L72. Right now, we are, the question before us is the passage of L089, the amendment before us. Is there any further discussion? Representative Lebsack.
I'm going to vote no on this amendment, but not because it's a bad amendment. I think that we can work on this. All we have to do is withdraw this amendment and get some of this language in a previous amendment, and I think we can find consistency and transparency. We're all looking for the same thing, transparency. So all we have to do is withdraw this amendment and find the best language in this amendment to put in the previous amendment. I think that would be fine. But other than that, I'm going to be a no on this amendment, but I think there's some merit to it.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And upon further discussion, I do agree to withdraw the amendment and appreciate the discussion on the need for more transparency.
All right, so we're back to the underlining amendment, which is L072.
Okay, thank you. So amendment L089 is withdrawn. We're now back to L072. Is there any further discussion on L072? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L072. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. L072 passes. We're back to the Transportation Committee report. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move L079. And this amendment clarifies that the CDOT money is dedicated for Tier 1 funding for 10-year development plan projects. I ask for your support.
Thank you. So L079 is now properly before us. Please proceed. Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L079 clarifies a topic about which there seems to be some confusion around, and it simply clarifies, as we thought the original bill did, that the list we are talking about for the bonded projects at $3.5 billion is the Tier 1 10-year development list. That list totals $3.1 billion. Therefore, a $3.5 billion bond should cover that list. And what this is a clarification to the original bill, because in different places in the original bill there was slightly different wording. Sometimes it said Tier 1, sometimes it said development. This clarifies in all those places that it's the same list we're talking about.
Thank you, Representative Mitch Bush. Is there any further discussion on L079? Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And since I haven't seen this amendment, and it was just sprung on me too, I'm just curious why we have specific language saying multimodal capital projects. I'm just wondering if that is narrowing the list a little bit more than we want to and not incorporating roads, bridges, expansions that are not multimodal. I just would need some clarification on that.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L079? Representative Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Lawrence. Again, these are all the projects in Tier 1. Most of them are road projects. The real purpose of this amendment is to clarify all those Tier 1 projects. Some of those include, on the already developed list, some kind of multimodal improvement. Most of that subset is a sidewalk, crosswalk, curve bump out type of thing that was in that project. This does not change the Tier 1 list. This is the official CDOT Tier 1 list.
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And is this list going to be altered? I mean, if things change between now and the time that the ballot language and the Blue Book is printed, what if things change on this list? Are these set in stone, or is this going to be updated at a certain date closer to the time that the Blue Book is written?
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Lawrence. As CDOT moves along, there may be updates to this list as perhaps they get money from some other project to fulfill one of these projects. But in essence, this is the list unless we have those kinds of changes from CDOT. It is our intent to be very clear and transparent that this is the list. And the main reason we offer this amendment is because out in the whatever blogosphere, rumor sphere, whatever, misinformation sphere, people were talking about different lists. They in particular were talking about the Tier 2 list.
Representative Lawrence?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for anyone outside of this building and for a lot of people inside this building who don't know what a Tier 1 or Tier 2 list includes, will there be a specifically printed list so that everybody here has a clear understanding and all the voters of Colorado have a very clear understanding of what it is, what the projects are, where they're located, and are these lists spread around the state, or are they predominantly focused on the I-25, I-70 corridor area?
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for that question. You're very familiar with this process, but for those who aren't, these lists are developed from a bottom-up transportation planning process that starts at the local level. Cities and counties in the rural areas get together. In the metropolitan areas, there are 5 MPOs. One of them is on the western slope. That's Grand Junction. The folks in those transportation planning regions, those are the 10 rural ones, and then the 5 metropolitan planning organizations, again, one of them's on the western slope. They get together, and in some cases, as some of you know, I used to be the chair of one of these. Some of these projects were being considered quite a while ago. There was no money for them. This list has not changed much in a very long period of time. It is the product of local discussion, very deep, very detailed discussion. So yes, that list is available right now on CDOT's website, but the reason I cautioned in response to your earlier question was that it is possible that some of these things might get funded in the interim, so a project might drop or another project get added. In response to your question, where are they? They are all over the state. Those of you who were at the Transportation Committee meeting saw the map that shows they are all over the state. They come from all the TPRs, all the MPOs.
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Mitch Bush, I appreciate the information, and I think the voters would appreciate a little more clarity and transparency in what it is that we're asking them to support with, in this bill, a significant sales tax increase. So thank you.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Lawrence. In the Blue Book and on the actual ballot, the projects will be listed. The project and the dollar amount. And then, of course, people can look up details and ask CDOT about whatever details there are.
Thank you. So, members, we are on House Bill 1242, the Transportation Committee report. We are on Amendment L079. Is there further discussion on L079? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L079. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. L079 passes. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move L103 and ask that it be displayed. I don't know if I've ever had a bill that got up to 103 with amendments, but this one did.
I have 103.
So amendment,
yeah, that's
amendment L103 is
L103
is a little fuzzy. It is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. What this does is it gets to the issue of tolling. We wanted to make sure that there was criteria in the bill as it relates to this topic, and specifically say the Department of Transportation shall not expend net revenue that is credited to the State Highway Fund pursuant to subsection 4 of the section to support toll highways. The department shall not expend such net revenue to support toll lane construction or maintenance unless, and there is a list of criteria here, we ask you for your support.
Representative Lebsack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is what Colorado citizens that I represent is calling the prevention of CDOT to double tax us amendment. And so if you don't want CDOT to double tax you, you're a yes vote on this one. And I'll tell you the reason why. So on I-25 years ago, I'll tell you the reason why I'm in favor of this amendment, and this is to the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Lebsack.
Years ago, I was on Thornton City Council, and we had a man by the name of Gene Putman. And Gene went out to I-25, and he measured I-25, and he measured the shoulder of I-25, and he said, you know what? We've got enough room for another lane on I-25. And so Gene Putman went to the city council and the city manager in the city of Thornton and said, look, I'd like your permission, council members, to go down to CDOT and tell them that the shoulder is wide enough. The shoulder's wide enough to put another lane on I-25. And the city council gave Gene and the city manager that direction. Please go down there to CDOT and tell them that, because we need another lane on I-25. And CDOT didn't believe us. CDOT for years didn't think that I-25 was wide enough, but it took us about 10 years. And finally CDOT got out there and agreed and said, you know what, Thornton, you're right. We can put another lane on I-25. And so we started down that road. We started down the road of local governments, the state of Colorado, and the federal government working together to find enough revenue to put another lane on I-25. And so everybody in Thornton and the North Metro area were really happy. We're going to get this done. But then guess what happened? To the surprise of most folks in the North Metro area, there were a few elected officials and some of the local governments knew that CDOT had planned on making this an HOV2. But the public didn't know. The public thought their tax dollars was going to widen I-25 and they were going to get a free lane, is what the public thought. And they were surprised when they were told through the paper that the funding was approved, but it's going to be an HOV2. And for a long time, the people of the North Metro area thought that they were being double taxed, and they were right. When your taxes go to widening a highway, and then CDOT comes back and say, you know what, that's not good enough. We're going to take your tax dollars and build a new lane, but we're going to tax you a second time, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the Colorado public and citizens. You're going to have to be double taxed, and you're going to have to pay for an HOV2. And the people in the North Metro area were not pleased. They were not happy, and that's the reason why we've lost the trust of the people of Colorado and why CDOT has lost the trust of the people of Colorado. And so then what happened was we finished the lane with these shared tax dollars, local tax dollars, state tax dollars, and federal dollars. And CDOT came back and said, you know what, we're going to go from HOV2 to HOV3 after months of it being HOV2. And the people in Thornton and Westminster and Southwell, Dacono, Frederick, Firestone, the people who live in Loveland and Longmont were absolutely outraged. We lost the trust of the people of Colorado when we did that, ladies and gentlemen. And this amendment is the CDOT, please don't double tax us amendment. And I'm asking people to vote yes. So now, what we have is HOV3 on I-25, and the people are not pleased. And frankly, the people on US 36 that live near US 36 aren't pleased as well, because we did the same thing to the people of Westminster and Boulder on US 36, and it's just not right. And so, members, I'm a yes vote on this because my people, the people of Colorado, are calling this again CDOT, please don't double tax us amendment. And I'm a no vote on the committee report unless this amendment passes.
Thank you, Representative Lebsack. Representative Carver. Sorry, Representative Norberg, I've got a couple people in front of you. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have grave concerns about L103. When you look at the language starting in A1, line 15, no longer are the Tier 1 projects going to be treated equally. Remember, the whole idea of focusing on Tier 1 is that these were the projects identified in our current statewide vetting process as priority projects around the state, so that priorities in every part of the state get treated fairly and equally. You know what this amendment does? It takes that Tier 1 list, and now it's going to split those projects into two different categories. One category where the environmental analysis has been completed and there is a record of decision.
Excuse me, Representative Carver. Members, could we just kind of tone it down just a little bit? That level is just perfect. Thank you, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I rise in very strong opposition to this amendment. It totally disrupts what must be a fundamental in any transportation funding bill coming through this legislature, in my opinion. And that is that the priority projects from every part of the state are addressed fairly and equally, which was the whole point of referencing a project list to begin with. The Tier 1 list represents those priority projects. What L103 does is disrupt that. It now divides the Tier 1 projects into two different categories. One category where the environmental analysis has been completed and a record of decision has been finalized. Now, all of a sudden, those projects will not, with the additional money that is raised in this sales tax increase, where it says in the top part, lines 10 through 14, that none of that money will be expended for toll lanes. But that only applies, members, now not to all of Tier 1 projects. Oh, no. It only applies to the Tier 1 projects where there is a final record of decision. I think you would find it very interesting, or perhaps not, to see the map of what those projects are that have the completed environmental analysis and those that don't. So I oppose L103 as not a fair and equitable treatment of the Tier 1 projects, and I ask for a no vote.
Thank you, Representative Carver. Representative Norberg. I've got some people before you. Representative Norberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in opposition to Amendment L103. I certainly stand with my colleague, Representative Lebsack, against double taxation. Regrettably, this amendment does not accomplish that. And if you look at the bottom of the page, specifically lines 31 through 33, one of the exceptions is if the toll lane is constructed adjacent to one or more untolled lanes, and the addition of the toll lane will result in demonstrably lower congestion in the untolled lanes. That pretty much allows construction of toll lanes anywhere. This is a huge loophole. Members, we're talking about losing the public's trust. If we pass this amendment, we're going to be losing the public's trust because we're not doing right by them and the taxpayers by saying that this eliminates double taxation. It very much does not.
Representative McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in opposition to this amendment. If you look at the amendment, you will notice that there are so many outs in this that what you're really trying to say is that 1 million residents north of the Denver Metroplex, you would prefer them to vote no on this measure when it comes to the ballot. I represent people in northern Colorado who have an EIS, an environmental impact statement, and a record of decision. That record of decision calls for a managed lane, as if it's somehow cast in stone, as if it's somehow unalterable. The challenge that we have is that we have a need for more lanes on I-25. We have a need for more lanes both free lanes, general purpose, and possibly even a toll lane. But what this does is it says if you have a record of decision, you're getting a toll lane. If you have a record of decision, you're locked in. That tombstone has already been carved and it's already been set in the ground. This tells 1 million people in our state, please don't vote for a fix to your transportation problems because we don't care about you. This amendment is a bad amendment. I urge a no vote.
Thank you. Representative Lebsack. Excuse me, Madam Majority Leader. Sorry, she gets precedent.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a project on I-70 in my district that has a record of decision. It is critical that that project go forward with tolling because it will never happen otherwise. For the peak period shoulder lane on I-70 to be built from below Eisenhower Tunnel or from the twin tunnels, the Veteran Memorial Tunnels, up to Eisenhower Tunnel or somewhere near Georgetown, that has to toll. And so it's not necessarily a bad thing. That's how that project's going to go forward. It's been extremely, extremely successful for dealing with congestion on the I-70 corridor, for lessening the burden on local roads through Clear Creek County. And it's optional if people want to pay the toll or not. And people are paying it, and it's making it better for people in the toll lane and for people in the general purpose lanes. So it's been extremely successful, but it's an expensive project. It's a project that will benefit everyone in Colorado who ever goes up to the mountains, which is all of us. And so there's a reason that language is written that way, and this is an example of a project that has to go forward where people support the tolling and it benefits everyone in Colorado.
Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Madam Majority Leader, thank you so much. I actually agree with most of what you said. The challenge, of course, is that we don't take what is absolutely going to work in one area and then impose sort of the same blanket rule on another area. And this is always going to be the challenge. It's going to be to say, when the EIS was created, and if you recall, the North I-25 EIS was created in 3 phases, and it was created in 3 phases for 3 really distinct reasons. But the big tying reason behind them all was what funding would be available and when it would be available. As they were looking at these projects, they knew they would need other outside revenue to expand some of the lanes. What we're now talking about is a heretofore unknown of revenue source that we're going to the voters for now, to which I would say that puts the entire EIS in those 3 phases on North I-25 in serious question, because what it says then is we didn't know about these revenue sources, therefore all of the positive characteristics of a toll lane or an HOV lane, which I don't necessarily disagree in terms of what you're talking about, a toll lane that reduces some of the congestion in the other lanes. I absolutely don't disagree that that is an occasional benefit. It's not a constant benefit. As you will find as you come into Denver, Colorado, around 84th Avenue, every single morning of my life, I come down there and I can tell you that both the HOV lane, which I pay a toll on, and every other lane on that road is absolutely clogged full. Okay, so I'm probably not getting the benefit that I'm paying for, but that's okay. I get a little bit of the benefit before that and after that. But I will tell you that it's not always true that you reduce the congestion to a tolerable level in other lanes. The last point I would make is this. When we start to focus on changing behavior more than trying to handle the problems of our congestion, I think they go hand in hand, but I think that when we focus more on the change in behavior to get people to HOV3, to get people pushed toward mass transit, to get a dependable time between 2 points at a certain cost, as we start pushing people off the road to other options, what we're trying to do is change behavior. And people in northern Colorado would like to tell you, as their representative from Loveland, that they need more lanes. They want to be able to get over so that our first responders are protected on the shoulder. They want to be able to slow down so that they can make sure to get by them safely. Right now, I will tell you, there are times when they can't. They can not only not get over, but they also are caught in a lane of traffic hustling down the road. We are putting our first responders at risk by going toward a small solution of saying, oh, we're only going to do managed lanes and keep people over in these other lanes. We're keeping our roads congested, And if we say the record of decision has to stand and therefore there will only be managed lane alternatives in northern Colorado, I say again, you're asking 1 million people to vote no on this.
Representative Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment and this bill doesn't say we're only going to do toll lanes. There's nothing that says that. If this tax doesn't pass, you're going to have a whole lot more toll lanes in Colorado, because on my corridor on US 36, that's the only option we really did have to fund that project. So if you want a whole lot more toll lanes in Colorado, vote no on this bill.
Wait a minute. Representative Lebsack, I think, is first before you, Representative Norberg.
You know, I agree with most of what my colleague said from Loveland. And later on, we're going to have an amendment that moves HOV 3 to HOV 2, and that's the Lebsack amendment. We can add McKean on it if you'd like. Look, the folks of Colorado are disappointed, and this amendment helps with some of that disappointment. This amendment says, if you read line 9 through about 13, it says that none of the 1242 new tax dollars are going to be used for tolling. That's what we want. None of the 1242, if this passes, and if it goes to the vote of the people can feel good about this amendment to the committee report, because we're saying that no new revenue from 1242 is going to tolling. That's what my people want. That's many of what you guys are talking about. And so I ask for a yes vote on this amendment to the committee report.
Representative Norberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Lebsack, that may be in fact what you want, but that's not what this amendment does. And we can certainly have a substantive discussion on toll lanes and the appropriate use for toll lanes, but by saying to the people of Colorado that if in fact 1242 passes, to say that there won't be double taxation as a result of this amendment is just not true. And if you look at this language again, look at this language on the bottom of the page. It is wide open. You can drive an RTD bus through this language. The toll lane is constructed adjacent to one or more untolled lanes, and the addition of the toll lane will result in demonstrably lower congestion in the untolled lanes. That pretty much is open season for more toll lanes across Colorado. So again, we can certainly have a substantive conversation on the use of toll lanes, but to say that this resolves the double taxation issue, it very much does not.
Representative, let me call on her first, okay? Because she's the sponsor. Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we need to look at the whole amendment, not just sections of it. I would remind you that on line 16, the connector is and, not or, line 16. And then underneath, what you have on 17 on is an or. So we need to remember all the other things here. The toll revenue is not collected for the singular primary purpose of revenue generation. It's utilized as a mechanism to increase travel time reliability and predictability. The project contains one or more multimodal or alternative modes of et cetera. Look at the whole amendment. Don't just pick things out of it, please, I beg you. The underlying issue that this amendment is trying to solve is two things: equity among the different areas of our state. Predictability is critical. If you look at the line underneath, that is lines 17 through 19, it specifies that that rod had to include planning stages in which the local communities were consulted. I think that's really, really important. I would urge an aye vote because this does deal with the equity issue that our friends on 36 have brought up, because it does make sure that people are not double taxed. And please bear in mind, this amendment does not exclude tolling. It excludes using these revenues for it. CDOT has assured us that they have lots of other revenues that could be used for a toll lane. And one more thing, this amendment does not preclude the regular lanes on I-25, because that's a lot of what this is about, getting that money. It doesn't. It's the toll lanes and that capacity. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I ask for your support of Al 103. I think that some of the statements that have been made in the well as it relates to the interpretation of it are not exactly accurate. And if you look specifically at line 19 of the amendment, there is a very key word there. The key word is or. Please look at that and take that into consideration with this amendment, because that is a distinguishing factor.
Thank you. Representative Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, members, I definitely want to support some form of a transportation bill. This past weekend, I had a town hall meeting specifically about transportation with my constituents. I had a very good turnout. In fact, I did a survey, and I told them, I spoke to them specifically that this is a bill in progress, that there'll be changes, which I can appreciate. Quite frankly, I didn't bring it up because I didn't realize that tolling might be a part of this. And I'm just here to kind of let you know, while I can't speak for the citizens of Colorado, I can speak for the citizens of my House district, that if there's going to be something that's going to be successful, you're going to need the people from El Paso County supporting this in a great measure. And right now, not only unfortunately do I have some angst, my constituents have real angst, especially if they find out that there'll be tolling possibly, as well as maybe double taxation. And I know it's under debate here right now, but when they find out what this really is, the citizens of my House district are probably going to have a negative outlook on this. I want something that we can take to the citizens of El Paso County, because quite frankly, if this doesn't pass in El Paso County statewide, it probably won't pass statewide. And right now, it's got some real problems still. So I hope we can get this worked out to the satisfaction of most of the citizens of at least El Paso County.
Thank you, Representative Liston. Members, let me remind you, we are on Amendment L103, which is an amendment to the Transportation Committee report, which is a committee report of House Bill 1242. Representative McKean, I've got Representative McKean first. Okay. Oh, he's gone. Representative Becker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, looking at this amendment, I think that we have a good choice here. It's a good start to what we want. If we are paying sales taxes, we don't want to also have to pay taxes on HOV lanes as we move forward. The problem that we have here is there's too many outs in allowing it to happen. And if we would tear out lines 20 through 33 of this amendment and a few other tweaks on top, I think that we could get people there, and it makes much better ballot language for you as you're moving forward. What we don't want to do is we don't want people to assume, hey, we think you're getting an out and these roads aren't going to be tolled, or we're going to use this money to toll lanes. We want them to know. So it needs to be definitive as we're putting this language in. I think this language gives you way too many outs. I would ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Kraft-Tharp. I would like to do a vote on this amendment, but as it relates to Representative Jay Becker's argument, I am against that notion, and the reason why is that I think it goes directly to the argument that Representative Carver was making initially. By striking that language, it's going to be incredibly challenging, and I think we need to have that criteria in the current amendment. I ask for your support of 103.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I appreciate the additional discussion of the amendment, but I am still in opposition to 103. I just don't think this is the appropriate way to address this issue. So I would urge a no vote.
Thank you. Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, there are a lot of things I think Colorado is not used to tolling on our highways. If you go to other states, it's standard operating procedures. That's how they pay for their roads. But in Colorado, we don't do that. Even though US 36 was originally built as a toll road, once the cost of that construction was paid off, they removed all the tolling, and we got used to driving for free everywhere we went, even though we're paying for it with our gas taxes and part of our sales tax. So that's why, you know, honestly, tolling is such a hot issue around the state, and especially for those folks that are directly affected by it with their daily commute. I have real concern with lines 31 through 33. I think anytime that could apply to pretty much any road that's built using this money. And really from lines 20 down could apply to pretty much any situation on any roadway that would be built using this money. And I'm very concerned. I think the people of Colorado are not going to like knowing that they're paying an additional sales tax, and if they want to use that road, they're going to be told again. Or if they want to use that lane to help speed up their travel, they're going to be told again. I know we've heard from the executive director of CDOT that we have to have managed lanes, that we have to somehow modify the behavior of drivers in Colorado to make sure that we're not just filling up to capacity the roadways that we build. But to that end, I would say, rather than something that I don't think really gets to the issue of tolling, that goes to the whole issue of CDOT's strategic plan, and are they actually planning ahead for the population growth that Colorado is currently experiencing, knowing that within the next 20 years, our population is going to double. So, you know, I would say at the very least, we need to strike lines 31 through 33. I would rather strike lines 20 through 33. I think this is a convoluted amendment that really doesn't address the issue of tolling statewide and would create a little bit more distrust by the people of Colorado if they vote positively on this initiative to increase their sales taxes and then find out they're also going to be told. I don't think that's going to go over very well.
Thank you, Representative Lawrence. And the room does quiet down when you come up, Representative Lawrence, so come on up anytime. Representative McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll try not to cause raucous laughter.
Thank you.
I move substitute amendment L110 and ask for it to be shown. It's not a substitute.
Thank you. So amendment.
I move amendment 110 and ask for it to be shown.
What? Representative McKean?
Yes, ma'am.
You are amending 103.
Yes.
Yes. So the amendment L110, which amends 103, is properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. This speaks to the concerns of my citizens. What we have, as I described to you, is a three-phase EIS, a record of decision that was based on information heretofore unavailable. If we are going to create new revenue sources, we are doing the citizens of Northern Colorado a disservice if we simply say, well, we've got a record of decision, folks, that's the way it is. Those EISs, or ours specifically, those phases were built on the idea of what revenue would be available when. They had times on them, they had different phases because they knew they couldn't afford it all at once. So therefore, they phased it out. They said, here are the revenues that we know will be available. We are now considering new revenue sources. And so I would ask that you vote yes on this amendment to simply include one thing: the inclusion of planning and consideration of amendments to the federal record of decision. This is what process we need to go back through now. We need to say, okay, we have a totally new landscape. Financially, we can go back and consider this anew. We know these projects aren't getting built tomorrow, so therefore now CDOT has the tool that they need in their hand to go back and take a look at how we can go ahead with this process without locking our citizens in to a record of decision that is now 6 years old and financially completely different.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L110? Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to sever Amendment L110 between lines between lines 5 and 6.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the House stand in a brief recess.
Thank you. So we are in recess upon request of the Majority Leader. The House Committee of the Whole comes back to order. The motion has been made to sever L001 in between lines 5 and 6. The chair rules that these are severable. Lines 1 through 5 will be number 1. Lines 6 through 7 will be number 2. I'd like to deal with number 1 first. Representative, he brought it, so let's let him. Representative Weissman.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, speaking as to lines 1 to 5, the first severed part of L110, I actually think that the representative from Larimer County has a reasonable point here. EA and EIS processes are sometimes slow-moving and cumbersome, but they're also dynamic, and I think to include language that encompasses consideration of what may in fact happen sometimes after an FEIS is reasonable. So I urge support of the first severed part, lines 1 to 5 of L110.
Did you want to say anything about that, Representative McKean?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and who would not say thank you for your support of that? I think this is part of the issue. I brought a bill earlier to the Transportation Committee, and we talked a lot about not politicizing transportation. Be careful, because what we are now engaged in is a very political process that is going to be talking about these very things. I appreciate your support. I think my residents need that honoring of the fact that we can go back and we can amend this EIS, we can amend this record of decision when new information is available.
Thank you, Representative McKean. Do we have any further discussion on lines 1 through 5, number 1, of the amendment L110? Any further discussion? Seeing none, members, let me clarify for you. We are on House Bill 1242. We are on the Transportation Committee. We have an amendment to the Transportation Committee, which is 103. We have an amendment to 103, which is 110, that has been severed. We are now discussing lines 1 through 5, which is number 1. Any further discussion on number 1 of L110? Seeing none, the question before us is number 1 through 5 on L110. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Number 1 passes. We will now deal with number 2 in the severed amendment, L110. Is there any discussion? Representative Weissman.
Very briefly, thank you, Madam Chair. I move to sever because I do believe there's a valuable concept in lines 1 to 5. However, I think lines 6 and 7, severed part 2 of Amendment L110, do a little bit of violence to the intent of the underlying L103, so I would urge a no on severed part 2 of L110.
Thank you. Representative Becker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we're almost there. We almost have this amendment to where we need it. We almost have it to where it actually does what we say we're trying to do. Now, if we just get part 2 in there, we'll actually do and manage of stopping the double taxation on 1242. So just allow us now to take out those lines so that there is not an out for CDOT and that we can actually stop the double taxation on here. They still have other funds they could use for that. We're just saying they can't use the 1242 funds. So please, as we're moving forward, let's make sure we're doing what we say. No more double speak. Let's just have an amendment and have something on the ballot that does what we say it's going to do. Please vote yes on Section 2.
Is there any further discussion on Section 2? Seeing none, the question before us, members, is the passage of Section 2. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Section 2 fails. We are back to L103. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we ask for yes votes. The amendment looks like we have accepted one part of the amendment, and so we'd ask for yes on L103.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L03? Representative Gray.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be remiss coming from my district without noting a brief part about this debate, which is the concern expressed with respect to quote-unquote double taxation of residents by having them to live with the pain of toll lanes while being asked to raise revenue. I will just note that I come from the city and county of Broomfield. We have 2 highways that run through my district, US 36 and Interstate 25. And both of those have managed toll lanes on them right now, and my residents are being asked to pay the same thing. It would be interesting if somebody brought an amendment to this that wanted to prepay those amounts, thus to free us from the same double taxation that anybody else wants to pay as well. If we did have this deep and abiding concern with respect to anyone in the state having to make those payments, but I don't believe that everybody who's necessarily fears the great injustice of this also fears the great injustice that's presently going on in the North Metro area. And without getting off topic of the bill, not the only thing where the North Metro area feels like they may have fallen a little behind in transit. So I would ask us to keep in mind with respect to the entire state, the grave injustice of having to live with toll lanes as opposed to just certain areas that might be subject to expansion in the future.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Gray. To stand with my fellow US 36 corridor, we have been paying a tax for RTD trains that we will never see a train for 2042. People aren't happy about that, but sometimes, you know, it'll work out eventually. Toll lanes are a good thing for the state of Colorado because they help spread the money that we are collecting in transportation taxes more broadly across the state, and they help manage congestion better. So while I sympathize with not wanting double taxation, we've got triple and quadruple taxation in Boulder to help out the rest of the state. So it's just part of living in Colorado where we have really incredibly tight restrictions on our taxes. But that's a topic for another day.
Thank you. Any further discussion on L103? Representative Norberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Majority Leader Becker. Your area you represent, certainly Representative Gray, some of the issues discussed are a result of broken promises. No question about it. However, that should not permit the legislature to make broken promises to the people of Colorado and suggest that this language in this amendment will end double taxation, because it won't. Now, again, we can have a substantive discussion on toll lanes and the appropriate use of toll lanes, whether we should have them, but we should not say that after passing a multi-billion-dollar tax increase that there in fact will be no toll lanes as a part of this bill, because that's just not the truth, and that's not what the language in this bill says at this time.
Thank you, Representative Norberg. Any further discussion on L103? Representative Lebsack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this discussion is moved in the direction that I think is a good one. We need to talk about the promises made and the promises broken. That's exactly what we need to be talking about. And my colleague from Broomfield is absolutely correct. My colleague from Boulder is absolutely correct. There were promises made with RTD and any number of projects and that's the reason why the people of Colorado are suspect when we bring something like this forward to them. But this amendment helps our Colorado citizens trust government a little bit more. No new revenue, no revenue from 1242 will be going for new projects for toll lanes. That's what this amendment says in lines 10 through 14. And that's why I'm a yes vote on the amendment, but we still have work to do.
Thank you. So any further discussion on L103? Seeing none, members, just to make sure you know, L01 is an amendment to the Transportation Committee report to House Bill 1242. Question before us now is the passage of L103. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. L103 passes. Madam Representative Lebsack. Representative Lebsack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L070 to the committee report.
Thank you. The amendment is now properly before us. Please proceed with L070.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, sometimes you just need to take small steps in a good direction. I agree with much of what my colleague from Loveland was saying. I agree with my colleague from Broomfield. This amendment speaks directly to the concerns of my colleague from Broomfield and my colleague from Loveland. Folks in Broomfield, Thornton, North Glen, Fort Collins, Loveland, all those folks coming down to work in Denver got a big surprise when CDOT said, well, we're going to go from HOV2 to HOV3. And our Colorado citizens feel like they've been wronged. This amendment takes one step in a good direction and says, you know what? We can be okay with HOV2, but HOV3 is a step too far. This builds trust with our citizens. And I'm asking you to vote yes, and after a good discussion on this amendment.
Thank you. Do we have any further discussion on L070? Madam Speaker?
All right, seeing no discussion, I move L83 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. So L83
substitute amendment.
is a substitute amendment for L070. It is now properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. What this substitute amendment will do is it states that the department shall prepare and present to the Transportation Legislative Review Committee a report concerning the department's evaluation of options for more flexible use of high occupancy vehicle and high occupancy toll lanes. The report shall include, at a minimum, the results of the department's evaluation of options for the conversion of the high occupancy vehicle and also more flexible use of high occupancy vehicles. So you can go ahead and read through the amendment. I don't want to read the entire thing, but I think that this is a good compromise to looking at this issue and creating a study to take a deeper dive into the facts.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L083? Seeing none, the question before us, members, is the passage of L03, which is a substitute amendment for L070. Representative Levesque.
Members, this is not a bad amendment, a bad substitute amendment. I think that we should give direction to CDOT to take a closer look at HOV2 and HOV3, have a robust discussion with the citizens of Colorado, ask them whether or not HOV3 or HOV2 is more appropriate, or would just free lanes, would you just like to have free lanes and have your tax dollars go to work to have a free lane? And so this isn't a bad amendment. I still like my amendment better that says that we're going to go back and tell the people of Broomfield, Thornton, Dacono, Frederick, Firestone, Fort Collins, Loveland, all those folks who feel like they've been slighted with the HOV3, exactly how the majority leader constituents feel like they've been slighted on US 36. Vote your conscience on this amendment. I actually like mine better, but vote your conscience.
Thank you. So the question before us, is there any further discussion on L083? Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, just reading this, I would imagine that CDOT has already studied this pretty extensively. So I don't know that reporting this to the TLRC is really going to achieve anything. I think the Transportation Commission and the department and the engineering firms that they hire to study transportation modes and methods around the state has probably covered this pretty extensively over time. So I'm not really sure what the purpose of another study would be. So I'm not in favor of a study.
Thank you, Representative Lawrence. Any further discussion on L03, which is a substitute motion for L070? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L083. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. L083 passes. Since that is a substitute amendment to L070, we are back to the committee report. So any further discussions on the Transportation Committee report to House Bill 1242? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the passage of the Transportation Committee report. Representative Lawrence, to the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move Amendment L090 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Representative Lawrence. L090 is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I think one of the things that we've heard over and over again is that we don't have enough money to build the roads and highways and transit facilities that we need around the state. And what this amendment would do would just make sure that we have a level playing field for all contractors in the state, large, small, medium, DBE, women-owned, minority-owned, to make sure that they all have access to bid on any project that's put out by the department. What this would do when you open up the competition in the system, you're going to have more people competing for these projects, you're going to drive prices down, and you're going to be able to build more projects than you would otherwise. So I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L090? Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just trying to read the amendment, Representative Jay Becker, to get a sense of exactly what it said, since I haven't seen it before. I just want to get a sense of how this is going to work logistically and the impact of this. How will this change the current process? Can I get some more details on it?
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be happy to provide some input on that. Currently, contractors in the state have to pre-qualify with the department. They go through this on a yearly basis and they submit their financials, their bonding information, their insurance, their past history, and the state pre-qualifies them for certain types or certain value of work. For the most part, if the if the department goes with a standard design bid build process, anyone who is qualified at that level can bid on that project. It's very transparent. Everything is opened at the same time. Public opening, bid results are posted on the website. It's a great process. If they use a more subjective contracting method, they may have 20 contractors who are already pre-qualified to bid a project by the state's own pre-qualification process, but they will then narrow it down to 3 contractors, maybe 4, removing a lot of competition in that system. And then they move on to another process where you go through proposals and submittals. But what they've done by removing that competition, in a lot of cases, is they eliminate access by Colorado companies, minority-owned and woman-owned companies. I want to make sure that everybody who is pre-qualified by the state, playing field across the board, and make sure that we have the most robust competitive system that we can have so that we can build more projects for less money in a faster amount of time, because we have some highly qualified contractor companies around this state who would love to be able to bid on these jobs, but are currently precluded by some of the methods employed by the department.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Lawrence, I just have a question for you. Does this amendment eliminate the preference for Colorado companies that we have in certain parts of the law now?
Representative Lawrence.
No. If you're a pre-qualified contractor with the department, you could bid on anything that's put out by the department.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe, if I understand Representative Kennedy's question right, he's asking if those folks are all Coloradans, are we precluding Coloradans, and so forth. And then I have another question.
Okay, I guess I'm confused. I don't know how this would preclude Coloradans. You can be pre-qualified by the state of Colorado, whether you are a Colorado-based company or Nebraska or Wyoming. You go through the same process, just like you pre-qualify in other states. It's wherever you want to work. If you're pre-qualified by the state and they've already gone through your package of information and said, you know what, you're a good company, we know you can do the work, we know you can do it at this level, we want you to bid here in Colorado, you should be able to bid on any project that's put out by the state that your qualification is acceptable for.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Lawrence. With regard, I'm going to ask a question about A, and then I'm going to ask a question about B, and I don't know if I should just ask them together. Require all submittals for a project that are pre-qualified to be considered. Why aren't they considered now?
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Mitch Bush. Because currently, as I said, a lot of their contracting methods, their innovative methods, are very subjective. And so they have chosen currently to narrow the list of qualified contractors from maybe 20, maybe 15, maybe 30, down to 3, maybe 4. So they won't even consider anything that comes from anyone outside of that small group that they've shortlisted. What this is doing is just saying you can't shortlist. If somebody is pre-qualified, they should be able to bid on the work. Why are we taking a very subjective approach to restricting competition in the system, which is what happens on some projects right now? And currently, some of the projects, the requests for proposals are written in a way that some of these companies that only work in Colorado are specifically excluded. Because if they're asking for experience on a type of project that's never been built in Colorado before, you just excluded every local contractor that only works inside the borders of our state. That shouldn't happen. If you're pre-qualified to work in this state, you should be able to work.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm curious about the shortlisting piece of this and how that would be interpreted. And isn't it a possibility that that could increase costs by prohibiting the shortlisting?
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would say it wouldn't. The more competition you have in the system, the better your pricing is going to be. And for any of you who have gone on the CDOT website, and I've done it numerous times, when you have a traditional design bid build contract where the state sends out a set of plans and specs and a list of every item that's going to be bid, they have a specific date and place where that project, where those bids are opened. They're opened publicly, the numbers are read publicly, and once they've determined the low bidder on that, every unit price that every submittal, that every company submitted is then posted on their website. So we get to see exactly where everybody's prices came in, where the differences were. It's actually a learning experience for the contractors, from the primes all the way down to the subs and suppliers. But that is a very open system. Anybody who is pre-qualified to bid that project can bid that project. It's up to them. When you use different contracting methods and you use a short list process, where you say, I know that we have a bunch of companies that are pre-qualified, but we don't actually want to spend that much time going through their pricing, so we're going to narrow that down to 3 or maybe 4 companies. You just eliminated a lot of the competition that will be necessary to really make it a more cost-effective project. So the shortlisting is something that is currently being done on some of their very subjective contracting methods. And that's something that I think Colorado should do away with. I think we should be very open, very transparent, and we should allow any company that is currently qualified to bid on any project that the state puts out.
Is there any further discussion on L090? Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And there's still significant concern that by prohibiting shortlisting, it's going to actually make things more expensive. And so I think that that is the challenge that is with this amendment. I would ask that we take a quick recess.
And that we can do that. We are in recess.
The committee will come back to order. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Assistant Majority Leader Garnett. I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. I think it's going to be very challenging as it could relate to increasing costs.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this amendment with regard to procurement, transportation has a specific process for procuring, and pre-qualification is one of those. Because once you get to putting out proposals, whatever type of contracting method you use, types of design build, or even a hard bid, you have to be able to make sure people are qualified. And so what CDOT has undertaken is to identify and sort of predetermine to make sure they have the bonding capacity and meet all of the requirements in order to do the job, because these are generally very, very high dollar jobs. And that's why most of these large scale projects have gone to joint ventures or other types of teaming agreement. It does not mean that any individual that or individual company can't compete and can compete fairly, but some of this would require changes to why or how CDOT currently procures these things, and so these projects would be treated very differently from all of the others. And I think if there are concerns about shortlisting or other concerns in the procurement process, that should be taken up under the procurement process, not develop something that's significantly different from what they do now. So I would oppose this amendment.
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would agree, this does change their procurement methods, and it changes it in a good way, because what they're doing right now is precluding and excluding companies from being able to compete on projects. And they haven't just used this method on large dollar projects. They have used it on small projects. They've used it on projects that are $25 million. They used it on one that was around $7 million a couple of years ago. There's absolutely no reason why a different contracting method would be used on that, except for the fact that right now, part of the problem is the state is not putting out the same types of plans. And so they have changed their contracting methods to make it much more exclusive and much more opaque, as opposed to the very transparent and open contracting method that they relied on for much of CDOT's history up until about, I'd say, 2009, as a matter of fact, probably about the time that FASTER was passed and they incorporated innovative contracting methods in what's allowable with CDOT. There are different contracting methods. But why are we saying, why is the department saying, because we're choosing this, we're going to exclude some of our best contractors because they don't write as well as someone else? A lot of these are, the decisions are based on very subjective reasoning. It's based on technical writing of a statement of qualifications. And I would say, again, if you are qualified by the state of Colorado to bid on this work, you should be able to compete. So I would ask for an aye vote on this.
Thank you, Representative Lawrence. Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to address the one issue here about shortlisting. Yesterday in State Affairs, we got to hear some testimony on a transportation bill, and a gentleman who was the owner of a large infrastructure company, Mr. Hammond Infrastructure, came and testified just regarding this shortlisting issue. He'd been in the business for 50 years, done over $1 billion worth of work for CDOT, and it said that shortlisting is actually one of the things that hurts Colorado companies the most, that they're experienced. They have to put up enormous bonds already to be able to do it, bonds that are not refundable if they were to not fulfill their contract with CDOT. But what it did is it gave the business, pre-qualification gave the business to large outside firms outside of Colorado and even multinational firms outside of our country, because they were to have an infinite amount of resources and obviously experience in this. But it doesn't mean that if they're not infinitely qualified, that doesn't mean that they can't bid and bid these well. The shortlisting process in and of itself reduces the amounts of bids and the competitive nature of it. So I rise in support for this amendment because, in fact, by reducing shortlisting, we can actually save time, money, and product on CDOT bids. So I would urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Benavides.
Members, I think this amendment is fairly vague. Shortlisting is a term that is used for all kinds of types of procurement, and sometimes shortlisting can be used to say we have reviewed all of the qualified contractors for a pre-qual or all of the qualified proposals, and then we took, based on the criteria which is put out at the proposal. So it's not subjective criteria. Any criteria used to judge qualifications or to judge the actual selection of the contractor for a project, all of that criteria is in the proposals themselves. So everybody knows that. They're not subjective, and we have remedies set up already if somebody feels that they were left out because of some other subjective criteria. All of that can be evaluated, and specifically with respect to pre-qualification, they can also challenge that if they were left out. So I think the language in here has to be more specific, because shortlisting is a very generalized term that shouldn't apply to this. And in some situations, and it's always out there publicly in advance and can be challenged as to whether or not CDOT or any of the departments in the state, what they're going to be looking at and what the type of procurement. In some instances, specifically for CDOT, again, they require joint ventures or teaming agreements because of all the variety and the large capacity required under those agreements. It doesn't prevent, though, a single vendor from applying, but it makes them probably less competitive without that. So again, I would urge, if this is a true concern, that it be addressed separately, but not as part of the bill, because this amendment does not, it's not very clear on exactly what the issue they're trying to get through. So again, members, I would ask you to oppose this amendment.
Thank you. Members, I couldn't even hear Representative Benavides. I don't know how you could. So please quiet it down just a little bit. Is there any further discussion on L090, which is an amendment to the Transportation Committee report to House Bill 1242? Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill is Amendment L090. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. L090 fails. We are now to the committee report. Any further discussion on the committee report? Representative Lawrence. Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that was a robust discussion. I don't think it really answered anything. I'm a little concerned by the discussion that it wouldn't save money. So I will move Amendment L091 and ask that it be displayed.
L091 is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So since shortlisting seems to be the preferred option for some of the folks here, I think if we're going to allow that, that price needs to be heavily weighted. Right now, price is not always heavily weighted when you're looking at these contracts. In fact, it's not even listed as a priority sometimes on the request for proposals by the department. And if we are going to try to stretch the limited dollars that will be generated by this legislation, we better make sure that we're taking price into consideration and getting as much as we can for the dollars that will be raised by the sales tax that's being asked for in this legislation. So this amendment would say that price should be weighted 80% in the decision making if a shortlisting occurs for a project that is put out for bid by the state. So I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you. So is there any further discussion on L091? Seeing no further discussion, Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, members, when CDOT or any state department contracts for projects, the criteria, the weighting factors are part of those proposals. They are all public. Normally on something like this, they're pre-bid, that go over the criteria, and those can be evaluated. But to say that we have to put 80% on price, then we're just talking low bid. If 80% is the criteria, then we should say all projects should be low bid. And we have found through procurement you can't do that. If you just always do low bid, then effectively you're not sure you get the best value. And that's why criteria across the country is moving towards best value, not low bid. And we want these roads and other things to be done, but we want them to be done properly. We want to look at effective criteria in evaluating these proposals, and this amendment would limit that. So I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, well, I would dispute a lot of what we just heard because these proposals are not open and transparent. We may know what's being asked for, but when they are shortlisted down from the pool of qualified contractors and narrowed down to a much smaller pool of companies or teams that are submitting on this, it is not a transparent process. We don't know what the end result is. We don't know what the price is that was agreed on when a project is awarded. We don't know the price. We don't know the schedule. We don't know the construction methods. We don't know anything about it because nothing is transparent in this process right now. And that's one of the significant problems that we have with the department right now. Members, $3.5 billion sounds like a heck of a lot of money for the state of Colorado to invest in their roadways. But let's be real here. That is a small piece of what is needed for the entire statewide infrastructure. This is not going to solve all of our problems. And if we're not going to focus on making the dollars go as far as we possibly can, then we're not serving the people of Colorado very well. I don't think asking the department to heavily weight price when they're considering proposals and bids for projects that they want to construct around the state, I don't think that's out of line at all. And price isn't just, everything contributes to the price. It's the schedule, it's the construction method, it's everything that goes into that. And we just heard that sometimes low bid isn't always the best way to go. Well, at least we know what we're getting. We know exactly what the price of that contract is. We know exactly what the decision was based on, which I think for the state of Colorado, we need to know that. And I think if we're going to make sure that we make these projects as efficient as possible, this gives the contractors that are going to be submitting on this a definite goal that they better reach. And it's not unusual, even on these proposals. They're always focusing on price. They're always focusing on how can I build this better than my competitor. And it's price, it's schedule, it's construction methods, it's the employees that you have, it's efficiency in the construction of the project. Everything contributes to the price of that project. And this is just saying that we need to recognize that and make sure that we're giving the people of Colorado the best product that we can get for the lowest price possible.
Thank you, Representative Lawrence. Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand Representative Lawrence's great expertise and interest in this. However, I think it's important to note that CDOT works continuously with the Colorado Contractors Association. And I think also if we need changes in the procurement process, that's a separate bill. This is a bill about funding. I would urge a no vote.
Thank you. So the question before us is what Representative Lawrence will say. Go ahead, Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what Representative Mitch Bush said was very true, that the department and the contractors associations around the state do work closely. But I will also tell you that not every contractor in the state has the same opinion of the contracting methods employed by the department. And especially some of these smaller minority and women-owned companies are excluded from some of this work because of the criteria put out by the department. Why are we doing that? Why are we not trying to build the most cost-effective system that we can with the people that we have in Colorado? If you want to make sure that these dollars go as far as they can, price has to be a primary factor in that decision-making process. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L090? Representative Covarrubias.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Temp. Members, a couple of things that we want to be careful of as we're moving forward on this bill is the pricing, like Representative Lawrence is talking about. There are contractors out there that will lowball their bid in order to make up their money back on change orders. If you look at the VA hospital we're building over here at Fitzsimmons, it's a huge issue. What we want is responsible pricing, responsible contractors, Colorado contractors, to be able to do the work so that we're not getting into an area where we're into millions of dollars in change orders. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Becker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we just passed an amendment earlier that said we were stopping double taxation, but it really didn't do that. Now what we're trying to do is make this an efficient and affordable system so that your tax dollars go further. What it looks like we're trying to do is spend tax dollars faster and then gain more on the other end with HOV liens. Why would we not want to put more weighting on price so that these dollars stretch farther? This seems to be a simple concept. This seems to be what we're trying to do. As we are struggling for dollars for transportation for the state of Colorado, why would we not want to make them go further? This is exactly what we're doing here. This is a very responsible amendment, and I thank Representative Lawrence for bringing it, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on 091, which is an amendment to the Transportation Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L091. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The amendment fails. To the committee report. Is there any further discussion on the Transportation Committee report? Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L097 to the Transportation Committee report.
Thank you, Representative Carver. The amendment L097 is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the issues I have with 1242 in its creation of a new category of spending called multimodal that creates its own bureaucracy, its own decision-making process. So I have many issues with that section, but this amendment goes to priority. In the current language of 1242, multimodal includes a certain percentage of money that goes to non-motorized transit. Non-motorized transit. So some of that money, for 1242, as you know, of this 3.5 of the money that's raised in the increased sales tax, you take the bond payment off the top, $375 million, and then the rest is split 70% going to cities and counties and 30% going to this new category, multimodal. Then within that 30%, there is a carve-out of a significant portion of that 30% and actually it can consume the entire 30% the way it's written, can go to pedestrian, and within that, it's very complex bill. It's, I'm sorry, over-engineered. But the bottom line is that I believe if we are going to carve out money away from highway maintenance, that we need to ensure that that money is prioritized. What this amendment would do would be to cancel out any money going to non-motorized transit, bike lanes, pedestrian walkways. The cities and counties can still spend their 70% on that if they want. But within this third category, we don't spend any of that 30% on bike lanes and pedestrian walkways. Instead, that money gets devoted to transit for the disabled and senior citizens, which are in desperate need of more transit options. So I ask for your support for L097.
Thank you. Any further discussion on L097? Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There continues to be confusion about the multimodal piece. A couple things here. First, the disabled community is in strong support of this bill. The senior community is in strong support of this bill. Why? Because part of the multimodal money could be used for senior vans, for disabled vans. It is critical, though, in response to this amendment, to realize that motorized wheelchairs, motorized scooters for those who are disabled are allowed explicitly on bike paths and pedestrian paths. That is absolutely clear, and so I really, while I respect Representative Carver's interest in this group, and I share that interest very strongly, the Centers for Independent Living and other related organizations, I would urge a no vote because I believe it's already covered in this bill.
Thank you. Is there any further questions on L097? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L097. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The amendment fails. We are now to the Transportation Committee report. Is there any further discussion on the Transportation Committee report? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the passage of the Transportation Committee report to House Bill 1242. All those in favor? What? Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope this won't involve a long debate. I move amendment L093 and ask that it be displayed.
L093 is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a fairly simple idea that after hearing from several stakeholders, several constituents, several members who work with CDOT, it would be good if they actually developed a 5-year strategic plan to address growth and maintenance of our current transportation infrastructure. This is not the Tier 1 and Tier 2 list. This is the entire infrastructure that CDOT has oversight of. So this would be something that I think they need a little bit of direction because right now my understanding is they don't have a 5-year strategic plan. They may have something addressing specific projects in some areas, but not a strategic plan as we're looking at significant growth around the state and making sure that not just the roads and bridges are built appropriately, but everything underground also, any of the storm sewer, water lines, sewer lines, electric lines, anything that goes along with their transportation projects is actually examined and has a very thoughtful, forward-looking plan. So I would ask for an aye vote on this.
Thank you, Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Lawrence. I would urge a no vote on this amendment. CDOT has a very detailed long-range planning process. As the former chair of the Northwest Transportation Region, which includes Grand, Jackson, Routt, Moffat, and Rio Blanco counties, I am very well aware of that planning process. There are two different levels of it. It goes into great depth. It's not just about prioritizing certain bridges or roads. It's talking about a much larger vision. This is unnecessary. It is duplicitous. I'd urge a no vote.
Representative Becker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, if there is a 5-year plan, not many of us or any of us have seen it. And why would this be a problem if that plan is out there? This is a simple amendment saying, all right, produce it, bring it forward. If the plan's there, this is no additional work. They already have it. It's ready to go. So it's not duplicitous. It is common sense that we're sitting here saying, if you already have the report, just bring it forward. If not, develop one.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I wasn't clear enough. The plans that are now in effect are 10-year, 20-year, and 40-year. The reason we don't do, or the reason I still speak as though I chair a TPR, I don't. The reason TPRs, the Statewide Transportation Advisory Committee and TC don't do 5-year plans is that's too short a time period to be planning. It's not long-range planning. You do the 10-year, you do the 20-year, you do the 40-year, and then within it, you plan. Again, I would urge a no vote.
Thank you. So any further discussion on Amendment L093? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L093. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The amendment fails. We now are on the Transportation Committee report to House Bill 1242. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, no one waving in front of me, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The committee report passes. And we are now to the bill, House Bill 1242. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we are to the bill, House Bill 1242. We have just a couple of amendments to the bill. So we will start with Amendment L081. I move L081 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. Amendment L081 is now properly displayed. Even better. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, what this does is it clarifies some of the existing language, and it talks about how a 4-member shall be appointed by the leadership of the General Assembly as follows. President of the Senate shall appoint 1 member who is representative of local government. Speaker of the House shall appoint 1 member who is representative of local government. Minority Leader of the Senate shall appoint 1 member who is representative of local government and resides in a community that's west of the Continental Divide. And also the Minority Leader of the House of Representatives shall appoint 1 member who is representative of local government and resides in a community that is east of Interstate Highway 25. We thought this was more equitable. It was clarified some of the existing language, and we ask for your support.
Thank you. Representative Becker.
Members, again, we look at this and they're trying to include everybody and get things moving here, but we're missing sections inside of this amendment. We're missing including everybody to have a say inside of this amendment. Why would we not, first of all, just stick with what we had with Transportation Commission and dealing with that? Why would we not just use the system that we already have in place, first of all, that represents us all very well? I think we just spoke about that in the last amendment. Why wouldn't we just push back and do that? Use the commission that we already have that brings things from each of our regions up and has a say in all of our districts. To me, that makes much more sense than what we're doing here. If we already have a system in place that's working, let's use that system. To me, that's much more efficient.
Representative McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You heard me speak earlier about a transportation bill on I-25 that went in front of the Transportation Committee. And we spent over an hour at that committee talking about the process we have. The process from the MPOs to the stack, the report from the stack up to the TAC, and how we come to these decisions about what to do and how to do it. We have a process in place. In fact, I thank the committee upon the murderous death of my bill, but I thank the committee for the honor that we pay to the system we have in place. So I echo Representative Becker's comments. I echo the idea that why would we create something new? Again, when we talk about this process, we talk about how carefully this process has been established. Why would we want to impose some new system on it that can be a politicized process?
Representative Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is one of those items I have heard clearly from my constituents on. They say, we have presented to you, or we have presented to ourselves, the state of Colorado, a clear problem. Our roads and bridges are inadequate. And this particular portion of the bill, and this amendment that would change that portion of the bill, increases opacity, makes things more murky, adds another level of, dare I say it, bureaucracy. My constituents are very clear in their objection to this. I've heard from them distinctly on this matter, and they do not like the idea of creating yet one more layer of appointed individuals to interact with an already arduous system that exists.
Thank you. Any further discussion on L081? Representative Mitch Bush. Let him go. I've got Representative Covarrubias.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move L116 as a substitute to the amendment.
I know, I've been right. That's a substitute amendment to L081? Representative? That's a substitute amendment to L081? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so Amendment L116 is properly displayed. Representative Covarrubias.
Okay, members, most of you know, and if you don't, you're going to know now. I am a Republican member of the IBEW Local 111, and this amendment says that we will have members of our local labor groups, notwithstanding the provision of the subsection in this section that serves 6 terms, except that a member be of organized labor can only be removed with a majority vote from the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Line 1 of Amendment 116 says, amend printed bill, page 3, strike line 1. Those words are, be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, and members, it is in our Constitution that we may pass no law but by bill. So this amendment, if enacted, would kill the entire bill, which I believe would derail too much important work to be allowed to happen. So please vote no.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Kraft-Sarp, Madam Chair, members. Wow, really? I would ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L116? Seeing none. Question before us is the passage of L116. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The amendment fails. We are now to L081. Any further discussion on Amendment L081? Seeing none, the question before us is Representative Van Winkle.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm just trying to get some time here to read the amendment if I could.
So Representative Van Winkle, we had a robust discussion on L081 about the commission.
So I guess my question, Madam Chair, if I could.
Yes, Representative Van Winkle.
One of the parts of this bill that I'm not sure I completely agree with is it gives the governor's office an extreme amount of appointments to this board that's being amended by L018. How does this amendment change those? Because already the legislature is at we have far fewer amendments or appointments to the board than the governor's office already.
Thank you. Members, Amendment L081 is an amendment to the bill. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the more objectionable parts of 1242 is the completely unnecessary creation of new bureaucracy to handle state transportation dollars in the multimodal. Colleagues, we have a well-established system here in Colorado, and that system represents every part of Colorado. As you may be aware, the state itself is divided into 15 transportation planning regions, MPOs/MPOs. And those local / regional planning regions study what is currently needed for their region as far as new infrastructure, maintenance, etc. Those 15 TPRs then up-channel their priorities to the state level. And at the state level, we have CDOT, but we also have established back in 1914 a Transportation Commission.
Representative Carver, let's talk about the amendment, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise in opposition to this amendment because it is speaking to the creation of a new bureaucracy when what we should be doing is relying on our Transportation Commission, which has geographic representation across the state, supported by the TPRs, which have geographic representation, and our STAC, where the 15 TPRs send representatives to advise the Commission. Why are we creating this new bureaucracy and shoving what we have relied on off to the side with regards to this new source of money? So I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Carver. Representative Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I actually have some questions about the amendment. I don't understand it. As I read it, it looks to me as if we've got some geographical carve-outs that leave kind of a gap right through the center section of the state out of the representation, and I'm trying to understand what the intent, what the purpose of that might be.
Any further discussion, Madam Speaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, we wanted to make sure that there is regional diversity, and we ask for your support.
Thank you. Representative Lundin.
So just to be clear, as I read it, we've got a member who's appointed west of the Continental Divide, and then another member who's appointed east of I-25, and there's a pretty big section of Colorado through the center of that that is apparently left out, and I'm just trying to understand if that's intentional.
Any further discussion on Amendment L081? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is very interesting, and thank you for pointing that out, Representative Lundin. As I read it right now, if I wanted to appoint the mayor of Castle Rock to this commission, she lives about 3 miles west of I-25. She couldn't be appointed to this committee, but then we have, if I wanted to appoint my councilman, I could, even though they represent the same exact town. I'm just wondering why we drew those specific lines, 25 and the Continental Divide. Again, we leave out the entire middle section of Colorado that is not represented here.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L081? Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I would urge a yes vote on L081. Nothing in this bill or in 081 prevents lots of appointments from the metro area, from the I-25 corridor. The reason this was added is because oftentimes in state commissions, you don't get people from the Eastern Plains, Southern Colorado, or the Western Slope. These are 2 members. The rest of the commission, nothing in the bill prevents the mayor of Castle Rock or anywhere else from being appointed. I would urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Remember, L081 is an amendment to the bill. Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just, have a little concern. I understand that we're trying to add some more diversity to the committee and make sure that we have viewpoints heard from everyone around the state, but I would kind of echo some of my concerns that were raised by my colleague, Representative Lundeen, and recognize that we have a pretty wide swath of area in Colorado that's being excluded from these appointments. And just wondering why the allocation is set up quite the way it is with the Senate Minority Leader and the House Minority Leader appointing people from Western Slope and east of I-25 rather than from their specific areas where they might have a little bit more knowledge of the folks who would have input that would understand the system a little bit better. And wondering if there are any requirements for these. If you could clarify the requirements for the people who are going to be on this. Do they have a nexus with transportation, finance, accounting, bonding, insurance, anything that has to do with really understanding what it is that we're doing with this legislation and where the money's going to be going?
Thank you. Representative McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I heard one of my colleagues earlier talk about a forbidden word, bureaucracy. When we come up with a new group that has control over billions of dollars, and let me make clear, we keep hearing $3.5 billion. This is $5 billion. This is $5 billion. To get the use of $3.5 billion, we will be repaying $5 billion. The challenge with that is that when you give an appointed board that kind of authority, the trust that you're hoping to build likely is eroded by the idea that these are political appointments. The trust that you want to have your citizens appreciate and their cooperative engagement in this exercise is often going to be eroded by the idea that these were political appointments, that they were controlled by a political body, political elected officials. And when you do that, you actually eviscerate exactly what it is that you wanted to do. You tell the people that we are politicizing transportation. We're doing it by creating a new subset that is going to handle $5 billion. I think that we all caution ourselves against doing exactly this when we take these elected positions where we say, you know what, we're going to try to solve these problems instead of sometimes add to them.
Representative McKean, we are on Amendment L081. Okay. Any further discussion on Amendment L081? Representative Norberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Certainly my colleagues, Representative Lawrence, Representative McKean, Representative Lundeen, Speaker Duran, Representative Weissman, and other distinguished members of the General Assembly.
Representative Norberg, do you have an announcement to make?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I think when we're looking at this amendment L081, and you're looking at the construct of this committee and the geography of this committee, I certainly have concerns too that Representative McKean did a really good job pointing out. Specifically, we want to make sure, since these are political appointees, that we have the utmost integrity in this selection process, and that entails certainly trying to find a good cross-section of geography all around the state of Colorado. Now, with respect to this amendment, Certainly, we have the representatives of the government, west of the Continental Divide. We also have, in terms of someone that resides in a community east of I-25. But what about the portions of this state in which perhaps this amendment does not discuss? And I think we do need to bring that to the table. I would also, to the construct of this anyway, in terms of how the governor came to this position of being able to appoint people, how the leadership, perhaps there should be other members of the General Assembly or certainly of CDOT that might be in this appointment process. Certainly I have a number of questions on this amendment, but at this time I will reserve those questions for a later time.
Thank you. Representative McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Amendment L119 and ask for it to be displayed.
Is this a substitute amendment to L081, Representative McKean?
It is an amendment to the amendment, Madam Chair. Thank you.
So you are amending L081, you are not substituting.
That is correct.
So L119 is properly displayed. Representative McKean, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To my point before, the challenge is that we have worked long and hard to make sure that our transportation is a function of something that operates quasi-independently and operates to the best interest of all of our regions, all through a system, through our STAC, up to our TAC, to our transportation commissioners. This actually would make the Transportation Options Advisory Committee a subcommittee of the Transportation Commission.
Representative McKean, can you hold on just a second?
I'd be glad
Everybody
to.
is talking about your amendment. Thank you. Please, members, let's tone it down just a little bit because Representative McKean has something to say. Proceed, Representative McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair, this remarkably important amendment that will change your lives forever is in interest of doing exactly what we talked about a minute ago, which is making sure that this group reports to our current Transportation Commission. It operates as a subcommittee thereof, not as some independent, smoke-filled room somewhere else. I urge support for Amendment L119.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And smoke-filled rooms everywhere.
Thank you, Representative McKean, for
Madam
sticking to the
Chair.
amendment.
And Representative McKean, this will change our lives, but in a very negative way. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment to the amendment. I think as it is in the bill right now, we want to make sure that there's transparency and accountability and citizen oversight. We can't forget about the need for citizen oversight when we're asking the people of Colorado to invest additional dollars into transportation. I ask for your no vote.
Thank you, Representative Lawrence. Substitute amendment, Representative Lawrence?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment. This actually would make it much better than what we have currently in the bill as it's written right now. Currently, what we're doing by creating another Type 1 committee is making sure that we're going to build a bigger bureaucracy. And again, this goes back to my point of how are we going to use the dollars that we are trying to raise in this legislation, in this proposed ballot initiative. And if you want to have transparency and accountability, then have the input to this committee, have them report up to the Transportation Commission, which is a very grassroots process. And I think that's what we're all saying that we would like. We want to have people involved. We want to have people informed about what's going on. But right now, the way the bill is written, when you have the start of a brand new bureaucracy, and I try to remind people of this every time they look at this bill, this is not for next week or next year or the year after. This is 20 years. This sales tax will be appropriated to HUTF for 20 years, and this multimodal commission will grow and grow and grow over time. This amendment gives us the opportunity to limit that growth while still keeping the portion of transparency that's in the commission with the different members from around the state. I think if we're going to actually make a difference and use these dollars wisely, this is a great first step So I would ask for an aye vote on this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote.
Thank you. So any further discussion on L119? Representative McKean?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote.
A no vote? Thank
And
you,
an aye vote.
Representative McKean. Any further discussion on L119? Seeing none. The question before us is the passage of L119. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The amendment fails. So we are back to Amendment L081. This is an amendment to the bill, House Bill 1242. Madam Speaker.
I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on L081? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L081. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The amendment passes. We are to the bill. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L082 and ask that be displayed.
Amendment L082 is fuzzy and perfect. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, L082 is a formatting issue now that L081 has been passed. It basically just makes sure that the original intent of the bill is there. We ask for your support.
Thank you. Any further questions on, or any further discussions on L082? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L082. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. L082 passes. To the bill, Representative Lebsack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 111 to the bill.
Amendment 111
And ask that it be displayed.
is properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Pabon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we present to you the Pabon-Lebsack amendment to House Bill 1242. If anyone ever thought that would happen, it's happening. And this is an amendment, and I'll let Representative Lebsack give the background because his thoughtfulness about this allowed us to collaborate together. But essentially what we want to do on these transportation projects is we want the projects and the jobs to stay right here at home in Colorado. There's so many different ways to do this, and I'll let Representative Lebsack talk about his vision. But this is something that we absolutely must do when we're investing this amount of taxpayer dollars into our local communities. Let's make sure it's our Coloradans, our hardworking parents, mothers, and fathers, and brothers and sisters who are on these job sites making our roads better for everyone, our transportation system better for everyone, our multimodal system better for everyone. But let's make sure Coloradans get the first crack at these jobs.
Thank you. Representative Lebsack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And folks, I think folks in this chamber remember a lot of our constituents' concern when it hit the press that we had awarded a large contract to a contractor from outside of the United States. And this amendment essentially speaks to that. We're going to make sure that 80% of, and this is current law for existing projects, right? And so we're just making sure that 1242 projects abide by the same law that's in statute now, and we're going to employ Coloradoans on these job sites, and I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L111? Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I have to say that when I heard that there was going to be a Lebsack and Pabon collaboration, I was very skeptical. Very, very skeptical. I thought there couldn't be anything good that could come out of this. However, after looking at the amendment is a friendly amendment, and I ask for your yes vote.
Thank you. Not to correct you or anything, Madam Speaker, but it's a Pabon-Lebsack. Yes. Any further discussion on Amendment 111? Seeing none, this is an amendment to the bill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment passes. We are to the bill. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1242? Seeing none, Representative Norbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L099 and ask that it be displayed.
L099 is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, much has been said today about broken promises. Certainly from some of the transportation agreements of the past, there has been a number of broken promises. Well, there's one way to remedy that, and that's to have accountability. And so what Amendment L099 would do would require a performance audit of the Multimodal Transportation Options Committee to be done no later than June 30th, 2021. The state auditor shall conduct it by then or have cause to conduct it before then at her discretion. Again, members, this is going to be a huge new bureaucracy that is created. We need to have some new accountability, and I believe this accomplishes just that. I would ask for a yes vote on Amendment L099.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L099?
Anyone?
Representative McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to take you on a little interesting walk.
To the amendment, however,
Oh, this is
on
to
that
the
walk.
amendment. When we talk about creating small bureaucracies, I think it requires a concrete example. Years ago in my little town, we said we wanted to help our downtown revitalize. And so we said, you know what, we're going to take half of the sales tax that downtown generates, so around $500,000, and we're going to contribute it to that source every year. Because you know what, probably a non-city council version would maybe be able to make some better deals, less bureaucracy involved. So guess what happened? We created something by doing that. We created the need for a small organization that took our $500,000, which we were hoping would be used for helping with real estate deals and repaving sidewalks and doing tangible physical things in our downtown. And we created this organization that ate up $350,000 of that $500,000 just in running itself. Hiring a professional developer, hiring staff, renting office space, doing all of those things. And I can promise you that the citizens of my community would love to have an independent audit to understand just where their $500,000 went and how much of it actually contributed to concrete things. This is absolutely vital. I urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. There's already accountability in the bill draft. And what it talks about is the committee shall annually report to the Transportation Legislative Review Committee of the General Assembly regarding its activities, including an aggregate accounting of all money expended from the transportation options account, a listing of all transportation option projects receiving funding from the transportation options account of the fund during the prior fiscal year that includes for each project, identification of the entity receiving funding for the project, the amount of transportation options account funding provided for the project, the amount of local matching money provided for the project, and we believe that that is sufficient in the bill as it currently stands.
Representative Becker. Becker?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, what the Speaker went through is good, how they have to report, but it's certainly not an audit of the books. It's certainly not an audit of this multimodal group that we're developing here. Have we not learned our lessons from other groups like the Energy Office that somehow lost multi-million dollars and still doesn't know where it's at because we weren't keeping an eye on it? Why would we not want to at least audit this? Just having a report is not the same as having an audit. Having financials submitted is not the same as having an audit. This should be something we all want. If we are going to tax our citizens more, we should want to be accountable for the dollars. This is one way to do it. What is in the bill now? Great, some reporting requirements, but it doesn't require the audit. This is much more thorough. This is something that we can all get behind. We'll know exactly what's happening with these dollars and where they went. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. We are on amendment to the bill, L099. Representative Norbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Again, just to reiterate what Representative Becker said, a performance audit certainly goes beyond what is just a financial audit, a financial accounting of the monies coming in. This will really dictate and see if, in fact, that the multimodal options committee is actually functioning appropriately to make sure that guardrails and safeguards are in place. And we should certainly need to do that after you look at some of the things that have been referenced earlier today. FASTER, for instance, the Colorado Health Insurance Exchange, the Colorado Energy Office. Imagine if we would have had the guardrails that this amendment offers, where we might be today. So I would respectfully ask for a yes vote on Amendment L099.
Any further discussion on Amendment L099? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L099. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The amendment fails. To the bill. Seeing no discussion, Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L118 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Representative Lawrence. L118 is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Members, this was something that I mentioned in the Finance Committee, and I think we mentioned it in the Transportation Committee, and it still was not addressed. So what we want to do is make sure that we have someone from the trucking industry as part of the oversight committee. These are people who use our roadways every day, all around the state, 24/7. They should at least have one member representing them and their interests and their concerns on the oversight committee. So I just think it's appropriate that the governor should appoint one additional member from the trucking industry, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Representative Lawrence, we have found common ground.
So does that mean we could go home?
This is a friendly amendment.
Okay, so is there any further discussion on L118? Okay, members, I'm asking if there's further discussion on L118, and I'm not seeing any. Representative Lawrence.
Again, you have to look up.
Thank you, Representative Lawrence.
I am so absolutely shocked that this is a friendly amendment that even though it would be funny to withdraw it, I'm not going to. So I will ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Okay, looking up to see if there's any further discussion on L118 and not seeing any. The question before us is the passage of L118. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment passes. To the bill. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1242? Looking up, not seeing any further discussion. Representative Becker, are you?
I'm waving. I got a bunch more amendments, by the way.
Okay, Representative Becker,
Thank
please
you. Thank you,
proceed.
Madam Chair. Members, I'm surprised that we're wanting lunch when we're doing the people's work. This should be your lunch. You should snack on this work all day till probably 5 or 6.
To the bill, Representative Becker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we've had a lively debate on this bill, and I understand that transportation needs some solutions. I don't believe that this bill is the solution to our transportation problems. I believe that this still has several things that need to be worked out, including the multimodal, including how we distribute dollars to counties, which we haven't even addressed yet today. If we're going to give dollars to counties, is it fair that we just put a factor on there going by license registrations? I can tell you that my rural counties are the ones that will suffer by going off of that whole deal, considering we may not have as many license registrations for that factor, but we certainly have the miles of road that you should worry about. And those are the miles of road that get commodities to market. Those are the miles of road you have to get through to get to Denver anyway. These miles of roads are important. And if we're going to be doing this, we need to look at this with a bigger magnifying glass to make sure we're taking care of every part of the state in a fair and equitable way. I'm not sure, and in fact I know, this bill doesn't do that. Setting a figure at the beginning that goes to CDOT and then taking the rest of it and dropping it into accounts and then over to multimodal doesn't exactly take care of the rural parts of state. Why don't you take the multimodal money and drop it either back to the counties so that they can decide if they want to have those projects, which would probably be more fair and equitable for the rural parts of the state, and make sure that they can bind together in partnerships to do the multimodal work that needs to be done. The dollars are still there. They still have the ability to do it. This would be a more responsible way to move forward. With that, members, I ask for a no vote on 1242.
Thank you. We are on House Bill 1242, and is there further discussion? Seeing Representative Norberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L102 and ask that it be displayed.
L102.
This is the multi-pager.
Thank you. L102 is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, like many of you, I was concerned last year when CDOT decided to prioritize the construction of a brand new $100 million headquarters over our significant transportation deficiencies. In response, I've crafted Amendment L02, which would hopefully try to address this issue. It would require that for any non-transportation related capital construction project over $1 million to be approved by the Capital Development Committee. I think we need to inject the legislature into a further and greater oversight role. This amendment does just that, and I would respectfully ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Any questions or any discussion on L102? Madam Speaker, I just need to do her first. I know. I just need to let Madam Speaker go in first.
So thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I have a lot of questions about this. How would this logistically work? How do you see the interpretation of the language? What is the goal that you're trying to achieve? Need some more info.
Representative Norberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Speaker. This would work just how I explained it, specifically for any non-transportation related capital construction project. The Department of Transportation would have to go before the CDC to approve any new construction. So specifically, when CDOT decided to build a brand new $100 million headquarters adjacent to Mile High Stadium, there was great concerns by many of my constituents that perhaps CDOT was placing the needs of office space above transportation infrastructure. And so, members, what this does is just, again, add another layer of transparency, oversight, and accountability. Would respectfully ask for a yes vote on Amendment L102.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I ask for a title ruling. I don't think this fits under the title.
The chair calls a recess. The committee will come back to order. The chair rules that the amendment does not fit underneath the title. To the bill, Representative, any further discussion on House Bill 1242? Representative Humphrey, good to see you today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you as well, and you have acquitted yourself admirably this morning and now afternoon. As you know, I, upon occasion, in committee, object to the safety clause, and you'll note on page 40, there is a safety clause on this bill, which I think is unnecessary because it's going to the people anyway. So I would move L108 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L018
A few more seconds.
is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, you know, we have these wonderfully magnanimous moments of bipartisanship, and I'm hoping that we could agree that that this isn't necessary on this bill. When I see a safety clause, I think of zombies, I think of Zika, and I think this is reasonable. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L0121 as a substitute.
And L012.
Are you going to strike the enacting clause and
121.
121. I'm waiting for it to be displayed.
You know, given that we.
Hang on one second, Mr. Minority Leader. Okay, L121 is properly displayed. Please proceed.
You know, given the fact that we have, you know, a debate here on safety clauses and, you know, we had a champion of someone who didn't like safety clauses, I thought that it would be appropriate that we name this bill the Douglas Bruce Transportation Act.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader.
I thought that would be appropriate, but, you know, I don't think we obtained the proper permission, so I'll withdraw the amendment.
Thank you. The amendment is withdrawn. We are back to L108. Any further comments, discussion? Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, members. A yes vote on L. We'll get the wrong thing up there. L108, please. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment L108, which is an amendment to the bill? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L108. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment fails. We are to the bill, House Bill 1242. Any further discussion on House Bill 1242? And I forgot all about you earlier. You asked to speak, Representative Ransom. So sorry. Please join us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was going to speak to the amendment that was ruled out of the title, but I do have something to say about the bill. So
thank you.
I've actually gone to my constituents and asked about this bill, and I know that I keep hearing, well, let's ask the voters. Let's see what the voters want. Well, I would maintain that we already have asked the voters what they think about raising taxes in Colorado. The fact that the Tabor Amendment was passed in the first place indicates that raising taxes is not the greatest answer, and I hear over and over again from constituents, from town halls, anytime I'm out in the community, that we need to search harder within our existing budget, which has grown and grown, versus raising taxes to the extent that this would raise them over 10% in some areas of the state. I have been told that and that the amendment that we just discussed that was not under the title, just real quickly, I'll say that even though the building was from a different pot, I think we all understand budgeting and understand why CDOT chose to build the building using the money that was supposedly in a different pot than what the roads would have come from. Constituents don't necessarily read the budget which obviously, as you know, is this thick, to the same level we do. And many of them don't understand that. All they see is money being wasted. And before we start going in and getting more money from voters, we need to absolutely make sure that there isn't money anywhere else. And the fact that the budget has gone and risen just over $1.5 billion just this year indicates that there is money there that we need to be exploring before we, again, start going to the voters.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. Any further discussion on House Bill 1242? Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And on that last note, I think our voters do expect us to live within our budget, live within our means, and still preserve the quality of life that we so enjoy here in Colorado, and just to refocus our attention on what our issue is. If I could have displayed a little bit of what we're thinking and trying to solve, the number one. This is a picture of what we all have probably encountered. This is I-70 on a Friday with everybody headed up to the mountains. Many of you may or may not know this is House District 25. This is what it looks like as you cross underneath the Genesee Bridge and start heading out to the mountains. Everything you see here is in my district. And if you wanted to get around I-70 and went down Highway 285 to try to avoid this, you'd run into another wall of traffic. And that's also my district down by Conifer. And yet in Evergreen, number 2 there, we also we have our own traffic problems. This is when you get a little closer to the downtown spot. This is not curable so much by CDOT dollars, but we have the same problem. But I think we need to focus on what the growth of our budget has been, because if this goes to the voters, 1242, we're going to find ourselves. You can display number 8, if you would, Robert. We're going to find the voters looking at a chart like this when they're being asked to raise their sales tax, and they're going to say, all I see here are increasing budgets. Every single year you have more and more money in order to do the things that we, the people, want you, the 100 legislators and 1 governor, to do. And why are you coming to me for more tax dollars? And to put it a little easier, if we could have number 9 there, Robert, thanks. This one's a little helpful. I talked a lot about a graph like this to a lot of the constituents when we said we just need more money to solve our problems. And we see these with
Leonard,
our businessmen.
If I could just ask you, let's stay as close to transportation funding in this bill as we possibly can.
Great, and thank you, Madam Chair. And the reason why I'm showing you these is to show that we need to live within our budget on transportation funding. This shows that $10 billion later in just 7 years, how much our budget has grown and how we need to find the money inside what we have. And for that, I would offer an amendment. Amendment 0107. Thank you. I would move Amendment L107, ask for it to be displayed.
Thank you. L107 is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment amends a section about the revenue anticipatory notes. And what it does is, instead of a $3.5 billion trans bond issue, this, with $1 billion of it multimodal and $2.5 billion roads and bridges, this is a $2.5 billion roads and bridges bond that I'm proposing is what our state can afford. And so the gist of this is redefining $3.5 billion to $2.5 billion just for roads and bridges, and you'll see the ballot language there. The ballot language is Shall the state of Colorado debt be increased up to $2.5 billion with a maximum repayment of $3.9 billion with no increase in taxes? Because that's what our folks want from us, is not to increase taxes but still solve the road problem that we have not been addressing for the last 10 years. We have previously, and if I can display an exhibit number 10. This is from CDOT. This is the debt service payment CDOT's been paying on the bonds in 1999. 1999 was a bond issue that was passed for $1.7 billion. It was passed without a tax increase. People voted to incur that debt and not to incur any additional costs. And we've been making these payments, as you can see, to the tune of about $168 million a year. And the last one was just paid here in December. If we were to take our $168 million and rebond it, I've asked a couple of bond underwriting firms to be able to analyze what that would be. If we could display number 6, please. Number 6 is a summary of an analysis that a few bond funds did. One is the one that CDOT uses, that's Stifels. They rented it a 5% interest rate. These would be AAA tax-exempt municipal bonds. Our current rate today could be issued at 3%. So I had another firm run it at 3%, and then another firm run it at 4% to see what it would be like. And you can see circled at the bottom there, a $2.5 billion tax issue would have a debt service payment of $187 million a year. Now, if you compared it to what we just saw, we just finished paying $168 million. So 187 is $21 million more, and we could fund all the roads and bridges that House Bill 1242 funds and not raise taxes. We could use it out of the same funds that CDOT is using already, with an increase in $21 million a year. That would pay for those projects that we have already seen on the Tier 1 that have been listed, and I would suggest to you that this is the solution that the voters of Colorado are looking for. $2.5 billion for roads, none for multimodal, because they know that multimodal is just a way that Denver, the density of Denver, has to be able to push the money toward Denver and yet collect taxes from 5 million people just to be used in the city and county of Denver. This is a solution they're looking for, $2.5 billion without a tax increase, and I would suggest an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Leonard. Any further discussion on Amendment L107? Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Leonard. I would strongly urge a no vote on this amendment for several reasons. First, it is not enough money to fund Tier 1. These are projects that are sorely needed. Second, it does not give money to the local governments, as does 1242. Thirdly, the argument was made that somehow the multimodal money is all going to go to Denver. Nothing could be farther from the truth. The Multimodal Fund will allow rural Colorado, as it has with the Safe Routes to Schools Fund for years, to apply and get funding for much-needed, locally decided projects. I would urge a no vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment 107? Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also urge a no vote against Amendment 107. Members, we heard a bill in committee yesterday that is similar in bottom line, if not precisely in drafting, to this proposal. And what was particularly interesting and what I want to relate was the testimony of the Executive Director of the Colorado Contractors Association as to that proposal that I think would also be applicable to this proposal. These are the folks who have more than 300 construction firms in their association. They are the folks who build all the projects that we are, or most of the projects that we are talking about here. And the executive director of the association testified that his group is opposed to the idea of simply issuing new indebtedness without additional dedicated revenue to pay for that indebtedness, because they understand, as practitioners in construction and I think also as members of our community, that to do so would be to set up a conflict between tremendous needs, between transportation, between K-12 education, between higher education, and that the public opinion research that their association has done indicates an unwillingness to proceed on the part of the voters along that path, and rather a willingness to entertain putting a little bit of new money into the equation to pay for upgraded transportation, which we know that our state needs. So getting back to 1242, we are simply giving the voters a choice. I believe it is an appropriate choice. I urge a no on 107. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further discussion on Amendment L 107? Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did indeed hear from the Colorado Contractors Association about how they wanted more money in sales tax taken from 5 million people in order for more money to be able to be used for either multimodal or other transportation needs. This, though, at $2.5 billion, matches the same amount of money that would go for roads and bridges that 1242 would. It just doesn't have $1 billion more for the multimodal. It also doesn't come with the risk of having taxpayers try to decide if they should raise their taxes, sales taxes across the state in order to fund something as large as $3.5 billion. And with all due respect to polls and poll numbers, they're not always right. And the consequences are pretty dire, because a year from now we're having the same conversation, except prices have gone up, as have costs and our other transportation needs. With all due respect for saying we've got to find it out of the same budget, I think we saw the other graph that says $10 billion later in the last 10 years, we're still competing for the same dollars. There's no possible way that our population has increased nearly as greatly as what our revenues have been from our private sector. Lastly, on the question of, well, nobody in the state of Colorado, voters anyway, want to be able to have the trade-off, have us 100 legislators make the trade-off of education or health care versus roads. Well, in Jefferson County, which is the second largest school district, we had a $500 million bond issue that the voters rejected to pay for schools. They said clearly, you're going to have to fund 85,000 children out of the same budget that you already have. We're not going to fund you that. And they clearly rejected a tax increase specifically for education. So I venture to say that between the day that 1242 would pass and the day the voters have to vote, they're going to get a lot of information about how the trade-offs need to be made on how to fund $2.5 billion. And they would much rather fund it inside and have us make the trade-offs that we have, especially since our budget just in the last year has grown by $1.6 billion. So they would be more than happy to try to come up with $21 million a year in order to issue these bonds. So I ask for a yes vote on this. Thank you.
Representative Beckham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of this resolution, mostly because of an email I received a few days ago. Representative Beckman, we face major pressures from online sales. They have major unfair sales tax advantage. Currently, stores are closing left and right, Sears, Kohl's, even Walmart's. Pretty soon, there won't be any of us left to support the causes. Please don't pile on more pressure with the road tax bill. Save our retailers, please. Thank you. And it was from the Performance Cycle of Colorado, small businesses. The way that retail is in Colorado is changing dramatically. Cities and counties are well aware. More and more people, the statistics, are buying things online. So these businesses, small businesses like Performance Cycle, understanding that Colorado is already number 16 in 50 states when you include state sales tax and your local sales tax. This sales tax increase that we are proposing today would move us up in that ranking. And I think it's a very dangerous time right now for retailers. We know a lot of these stores are closing because people are shopping on Amazon. So I support this to do the transportation with existing funding to support the small businesses in my district, House 38. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are on L107, which is an amendment to House Bill 17-1242. Is there any further discussion on L107? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L107. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Amendment L107 fails. To the bill, Representative Leonard.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. While our constituents want us to work hard within our budget, and we do realize that that would mean that we'd have to make tough trade-offs without finding a new source of revenue, I would offer Amendment 106 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. Amendment L106 is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 106 is an amendment to be able to do something that we had done a number of years ago, which was have a priority diversion from sales and use tax into transportation. We hear a lot about the prioritization and what a huge priority transportation and building roads and bridges is, plus maintenance. And this would take 7.5% from our ever-increasing sales and use tax and put it into CDOT in order to fund a bond issue of $2.5 billion. And the rest of it could be used for maintenance. And I'd like to walk you through a little bit of the numbers of what this means. Because we have a ever-increasing sales and use tax projection and a realization. I would ask that, I think number 7, when the exhibit be displayed. This is a consolidation of information that the Legislative Council put together to estimate total sales and use tax revenue, which you can see in one column. This goes out 20 years, and this is what a bond repayment structure would look like. One of the investment bankers I asked, George K. Baum, helped run some of these numbers so that you could see something that's as accurate as possible that we have today. Our second column shows that the projected growth that our staff thinks would happen to sales and use tax. But I call your attention to the third column, which is an increase from prior year, and just next to that is a cumulative net tax increment. In my business, we work a lot in tax increment financing, and we like to see what the increment comes from a base year. If we were to take a look at that in the next 20 years, what our increment would be just on sales and use tax, it's over $3 billion. If you look at just a 7.5% diversion into CDOT from those, you can see columns, and next to it what a $2.5 billion worth of debt payments would be at $187 million a year. The remaining funds that CDOT would have for maintenance start with $75 million in the first year and go all the way up to $264 million a year before the bond is retired. Again, because they're already paying $168 million that just ended. We rebond that. We only need $21 million more. But they would now have plenty of money for maintenance plus the bond issue. And if you look at the difference, there's between the total repayments and what they have left, there's over $3.2 million worth of maintenance money, plus $3.7 billion has been used for their bond. So they get both, we the taxpayers, get all of the benefits of the above. We get an increasing revenue stream coming from sales tax. We work within our budget. We don't have a sales tax increase. We fund $2.5 billion worth of new construction, and we have an ever-growing fund for maintenance. And we could do away with Senate Bill 228 transfers that are intermittent and can't count on it, and instead CDOT and the priorities that we all hold dear of transportation could stay on a steady stream of revenues based on a growth in population as personified by sales tax increase. So I would ask for an aye vote for this revenue stream of working within our budget, within our means, without a sales tax increase. Thank you.
Oops, thank you. Any other discussion on L106? Seeing none, Representative Mitch Bush.
I would strongly urge a no vote. Again, $2.5 billion does not cover even the projects that we be bonded for, the Tier 1 projects, nor does it cover all those other expenses. I would strongly urge a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on L106? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L106. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. L106 fails. To the bill, House Bill 17-1242. Committee will be in recess. Committee will come back to order. Any further discussion on House Bill 1242? Seeing none, the question before us is the Representative Lundin. Representative Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we are on a significant journey together. We begin in violent agreement. The roads and bridges of our state need help. They're in disrepair. They're inadequate to the traffic volume. Travel times are unpredictable and unnecessarily unsafe. We simply cannot get safely and predictably around our state, from Fort Morgan to Durango, from Pueblo to Grand Junction, from Springfield in the far southeast corner of our state to Greystone in the far northwest corner of our state. For heaven's sakes, we can't even get from Colorado Springs to Denver reliably. So we are in agreement around that, but we immediately hit off-ramps when we start to talk about the solution. The first off-ramp we hit with this particular bill is the idea of multimodal transportation. The people come to us and say, give us roads and bridges that work for us. And we say, and let me quote from the bill, public transit infrastructure and operations. Transportation infrastructure designed for users of non-motorized mobility enhancing equipment. other than portions of highways, roads, streets designed primarily for personal or single occupant motor vehicle. That is the description of a car, other than car. Buses and rail facilities, first and final mile connections to bus and rail facilities. Related roadway or intersection improvements to integrate rail facilities. Development and implementation of new transportation technology. I would question whether it's the appropriate role of government to be developing new transportation technology. I think that's something that clearly resides elsewhere other than in the province of government. The second off-ramp we hit is the people are calling upon us to focus and prioritize the taxes that we are already collecting on the living they are struggling to earn. This bill, in response to that request to prioritize, offers them a 21% increase in the sales tax they pay. It has a disparate impact on poorer communities. This bill talks about a temporary tax, 20 years being the definition of temporary. How many of you consider your mortgage to be temporary? This is fundamentally a permanent tax increase. The third off-ramp we hit is the people expect transparency and clarity in the work of government. This bill blesses us with additional layers of bureaucracy. The bill leaves open the question of which projects will be done first and in what order will they be done. We are headed for a train wreck with this bill. The budget that we will take up next week and the Senate is already engaged in has a 4.2% increase in total funds. It has a 6.7% increase in general funds, the fungible money this body has authority over. The early indications are the people do not like this idea. How could you fault them? How many household budgets have increased more than 6.7%? How many kitchen table conversations are around things like, gee, we have a 10% increase in wages this year, and it's too bad the state only got a 6.7% increase. Small business efforts are not keeping up with the growth of government either. The people are crying out to us to do the work necessary to prioritize the taxes they have already paid by the sweat of their brow. This bill does not do that. This bill simply turns to those people who have sent us to do the difficult work and says, more. This bill says to the taxpayers, even though the state budget is growing faster than yours, this bill asks for more. We must turn the tables on that. We must not ask for more from the taxpayers. Instead, we must ask for more from ourselves, from this body, from the Senate, from CDOT. We must avoid the train wreck. We must do the hard work that begins by prioritizing some portion of that 6.7% increase in general fund money that is already baked into the budget. That's $667 million in additional general fund money. That must be reprioritized. We should direct it to roads and bridges within this state, some portion of that. I urge your opposition to this taxing bill.
Thank you. Representative Carver.
Members, this is a disappointing morning for me in the House. In the many town halls that I had, people raised transportation as their top issue. And from their way of thinking, they said, look for funding in their common sense way. Look for funding of our transportation needs that will expand our ability to get from point A to point B quicker. which is what we call expanded capacity, and money to fix our terrible deteriorating infrastructure. And that's what they want. And isn't it too bad that that isn't what we've delivered? We could have done a straightforward bill, just like the ordinary people sitting around the table of all political persuasions could have written a straightforward bill. To make transportation funding a priority, to address the issues right in front of us, not to create more bureaucracy, not to create bureaucracy that, quite frankly, is politicized, to stay with the process we currently have, which has been time-tested and which the public has some trust in, to identify the project list in a way that minimizes politics or the influence of political decision-making on which projects get funded and which ones don't. And yet, on these most fundamental issues, 1242 fails. Fails. And that is a huge disappointment. I remain committed to trying to find a transportation solution that makes sense and that I think the regular people looking at would look at it and say, makes sense. Unfortunately, 1242 is not that bill, and I urge a no vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on House Bill 1242? Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate being recognized. Members, we've had a pretty good debate on the floor this morning, and for those of you who are new to the chamber, this is when it gets fun in here, when you can actually go down and debate different perspectives of a bill and make sure that the concerns that you hear from your citizens, your constituents, are actually heard and raised in this building and are voiced on the record. I would love to be able to support this bill. I really would. Because as somebody who's worked in the transportation industry my entire life, I would love to know that we could fix the problems that we've let grow in Colorado. We had a pretty good system that was handed to us by our parents, and we didn't take care of it. We thought it was all good, and we didn't have to prioritize anything, and so we didn't. And unfortunately, this bill continues that same plan of action. We didn't put general fund dollars into this. We didn't even try to put general fund dollars into this. And I've talked to people from both sides of the aisle in this building, and they've all said, yeah, we need to do that, but none of us did. And that's a major shortcoming of this bill. We are going to ask the voters of Colorado to dig a little bit deeper into their pockets and fund something that as a legislative body we should have made a priority all along. That's unfortunate to me. I'm sorry that we didn't come up with that we didn't make that a big enough priority, because as was just stated by my colleague, Representative Lundeen, our budget has grown. We have started new programs. I haven't seen any legislation to repeal new programs. I haven't seen anything to transfer significant amounts of funding from a program that maybe isn't working very well to fix our transportation issues that we've heard from people all around the state should be a priority. We heard from the governor it should be a priority. We heard from the speaker it should be a priority. We heard from the minority leader and the Senate president that it should be a priority, and yet it isn't.
Who knows if I'll get picked next year?
This bill adds an additional layer of bureaucracy parallel to CDOT for additional oversight. And the reality is either we trust our Transportation Commission members or we don't. And I heard over and over again that we do, that it's a very grassroots process, that we have the projects and the needs of the communities around the state actually bubble up, and they go to the Transportation Commission, and that's where lists are created and that's where decisions are made. And yet, even though we trust that process, we're going to add another commission on top of that quite honestly is going to be a money suck. We can probably start hearing the sucking sound now as it starts to drain money away from what we say is a priority, and that's to fix our roads and bridges around this state. We all said we wanted transparency, and yet at every turn, every time I offered something, every time any member of this body offered something to increase transparency, it was rejected. Why is it so difficult for the Transportation Department to go back to their previous policies when they released everything? Everything was posted on their website. Everything was available to the public. It was extremely transparent, and we could know and understand exactly how the money was being spent, who got the project, why they got the project, how it was going to be spent, and the progress of that project. But for whatever reason, and because the personnel have turned over so rapidly at the department, there is no institutional knowledge there to understand why those policies were changed. It's a simple thing to return transparency and sunlight to a department, and yet we were fought on every step of that journey. That is a huge disappointment to me. That tells me that accountability to the public is not a priority in this chamber or in that department. As I said, I would love to be able to support this going forward, but the way it's written right now, I don't see how I possibly can. I hope the Senate will make some adjustments. I hope when it comes back, the House will acquiesce to Senate amendments if they're good. I hope we can find some way to actually meet the needs of everyone in Colorado, because we've let opportunities slip by every year that I've been here, and this is another missed opportunity. And I would ask for a no vote on this bill.
Thank you, Representative Lawrence. Standing further discussion on House Bill 1242, Representative Bish-Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The last time the gas tax was raised was 1991. In 2007, I attended a wide variety of meetings throughout the state of Governor Ritter's Blue Ribbon panel on transportation. Two governors before him had looked under every cushion they could and had asked the JBC to help them look under the cushions for not just pocket change, but billions of dollars. That didn't happen. I was very encouraged in 2007 because in that whole process, it looked like we were coming really close to some kind of referred measure that would help us with transportation funding. When you see then El Paso County Commissioner Wayne Williams and then Mayor of Aspen, back then in 2007, agreeing that we need a referred measure. Then we had a recession. Nobody in their right mind was going to run a referred measure. So here we are again. The voters want to weigh in. I have heard from hundreds of people. We have done surveys and polls. We know that this is a concern. This is the way, through a compromise that the Speaker and the President of the Senate worked on for months, and it is a compromise, folks, gotten to what we hope is a referred measure that voters will approve. It will help the competitiveness of our state. It will help our communities. It will help the elderly. It will help young people. It will help every municipality and county in the state of Colorado. The Tier 1 projects are throughout our state. So I think it's really important for us to remember that contrary to some of what we've heard today, this does help rural Colorado. I'm from rural Colorado, and I've fought for rural Colorado, and this will help rural Colorado.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, this has been a good debate. We appreciate your participation, and I do think the bill has gotten better since it's been introduced because of the collaboration of legislators and listening to the community on why this is so important for the people of Colorado. This bill, if it is passed and the people of Colorado vote in favor of it, will ensure that there are investments in every city, every county, every community of Colorado, regardless of whether somebody lives in an urban area or a rural area or suburban area of the state. We know that since 1991, the gas tax has not increased, and we have major transportation needs for all of our people. And that is why, in collaboration, we came forward with this bill, and we ask for your support. Not only to support the solution, but also to support the organizations who say that this is the right solution for Colorado. Organizations like Action 22, Adams County Economic Development, the Associated General Contractors of Colorado, American Subcontractors Association of Colorado, American Council of Engineering, Aurora Development Council, Aurora Mayor Steve Hogan, Building Jobs for Colorado, Children's Hospital Colorado, Club 20, the Colorado Association of Commerce and Industry, the Colorado Association of Mechanical and Plumbing Contractors, the Colorado Asphalt Pavement Association, the Colorado Business Roundtable, the Colorado Competitive Council, Colorado Contractors Association, the Colorado Farm Bureau, the Colorado Municipal League, Colorado Counties, Inc., Colorado Ready Mix Concrete Association, the Association of Transit Agencies, Ski Country, Colorado Stone, Sand, and Gravel Association, the Colorado Wyoming American Concrete Pavement Association, Commuting Solutions, Conservation Colorado, Construction Industry Coalition, counties and commissions acting together, the Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce, the Denver Regional Council of Governments, Fruita Chamber of Commerce, Golden Mayor Marjorie Sloan, I-70 Coalition, Lakewood Mayor Adam Paul, Live Well Colorado, Move Colorado, the Metro North Chamber of Commerce, Ports to Plains Alliance, Progressive 15, Sheet Metal and Air Conditioning Contractors National Association, the South Metro Denver Chamber of Commerce, the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, Thornton Mayor Heidi Williams, the Transit Alliance, US 36 Mayors and Commissioners Coalition, Vail Associates, Westminster Mayor Herb Atchison, and the list goes on and on and on and on, members. People from across Colorado, organizations that are progressive and conservative, local leaders, Republicans and Democrats who are saying that now is the time to come up with a transportation solution, and we have introduced a bill to do just that, not only to have a positive impact on people's lives in 2017, but to have a positive impact for generations to come and ensure that the quality of life that many of us have enjoyed will continue. This is not a Republican or Democratic issue. This is not a conservative or liberal issue. The potholes that exist in this state, don't have an R or a D next to their name. The investments that need to be made in roads and bridges and making sure that we have multimodal options do not have an R or a D next to their name. And I ask you to support 1242 in collaboration with the organizations across this state from every single community to make sure that we do not take Coloradans for granted and we do not leave any Coloradans behind. I ask for your vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Members, ladies and gentlemen, the moment is here. The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1242. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. House Bill 1242 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to...
Did you want to rise? Would that be rising and reporting, Madam Majority Leader?
I'm sorry?
Rising and reporting?
Yes. Madam Chair, I move that we rise and report.
Thank you. So you have heard the motion. So for my last time this year, seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report. Just wait.
The House come to order. Mr. Randall, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your committee of the whole speaks leave to report it has under its consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, makes following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1242 is amended, passed on second reading, in order gross, and placed on the counter for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 230 passed on second reading, in order revised, and placed on the counter for third reading and final passage.
Representative Kraft-Tharp. Thank you, Representative Kraft-Tharp. Members, you have heard the motion. There are just a couple of amendments at the desk. So why don't we go ahead and start with those amendments. The first amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is the Van Winkle amendment. Mr. Randall, will you please read the Van Winkle amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole?
Representative Van Winkle moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting House Bill 17-1242 to show that House Bill 17-1242 as amended lost.
Representative Van Winkle.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I move this amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Would you like to tell us why?
Yes, this, members, is a vote on the bill itself. What's the fun of having this long 4 or 5 hour debate on the bill if we can't vote on it today? So this simply is a vote on the bill, yes or no.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to be clear, a yes vote would be a no on the bill. A no vote would be a yes on the bill.
Mr. Randall, please open the machine. Please close the machine. With 26 yes votes, 38 no votes, the Van Winkle amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Next up, we will have the Jay Becker amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, please read the Jay Becker amendment.
Representative Jay Becker moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting severed portion number 2, lines 6 and 7 of the following McKean Amendment L110 to House Bill 17-1242 to the following Duran Amendment L103 to House Bill 17-1242 to show that severed portion number 2, lines 6 and 7 of the McKean Amendment L110 to House Bill 17-1242 passed and the underlying Duran Amendment L103 to House Bill 17-1242 passed and that House Bill 17-1242 as amended passed.
Representative Becker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Jay Becker amendment to the Committee of the Whole. Members, I tried to make this as complicated as possible, obviously, as you're looking at it. If you remember, we were talking about double taxation for this bill, and when we were talking about that, we adopted an amendment, but that amendment had a bunch of different provisions of how they can still allow using this money to create toll roads for you. And what we're trying to do is get those provisions of all those kind of little ways they can still bring toll roads into Colorado with this money. This gets rid of those provisions below there that we were speaking about. The provisions that we're talking about, this is just one of them. One of the provisions that they can still use this money for toll roads is if the toll lane is constructed adjacent to one or more untolled lanes. Really? I mean, doesn't that pretty much open up most of the roads we're talking about? So if we're really serious about not double taxing the people of the state of Colorado, all this does is it says that we can't use 1242 tax dollars to create tolling lanes. It doesn't stop them from using other funds, but it stops them from using these funds. To me, that seems responsible. It seems like if you're asking for these dollars in a tax increase, you really don't want to keep taxing the people when they're using the roads they just had a tax increase for. That makes total sense. We need to make sure we're being responsible and we're taking care of the people of this state. If they pass this tax increase, they should not have to then pay to be on their roads. Simple concept. Ask for your support.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would urge a no vote on this cow by Representative Becker, just as we voted no on that amendment when we were the Committee of the Whole. In fact, the whole amendment that we passed speaks to double taxation. It speaks to some relatively limited circumstances in which those monies could be used. And in fact, for most cases, CDOT would have to use other monies. I urge a no vote.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion. Oh, Representative McKean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That may have been the best really I've ever heard in my life, because it is exactly opposite of what you just heard. This opens up every single piece of asphalt pavement in this state to a toll lane next to it. So instead of limitations, what it did was actually remove all of the guardrails, pun intended, from any kind of limitation to where these lanes could be put. Exactly in opposition to what you just heard. I urge a yes vote.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Randall, please open the machine. Representative Melton, Representative Young, Majority Leader Becker. Please close the machine. With 28 yes votes and 36 no votes, one excused, the J. Becker amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. Next up, let's do the Representative Lawrence amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, would you like to read the first one?
Representative Lawrence moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Lawrence Amendment L090 to House Bill 17-1242 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 17-1242 is amended passed.
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, as you may recall, this was a pretty hefty debate, and what we're talking about here is just Not shortlisting. If you're qualified to bid by the state of Colorado, you should be able to submit a bid and participate in competing for projects that are going to be put out to build our infrastructure around the state of Colorado. We shouldn't be shortlisting companies. We shouldn't be removing competition from the system. This just makes it so that every contractor who goes through the pre-qualification process and is approved by the state of Colorado and the Department of Transportation to bid on projects, that they have that ability to do so. And I would ask for an aye vote on this.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Lawrence. We heard quite a bit of good testimony and debate here on this issue, particularly Representative Benavides, who is very familiar with procurement and with this process, explained to us why this amendment was a problem, and I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as someone who is pretty darn familiar with the contracting and procurement process with the Department of Transportation, specifically, because as we heard earlier from my colleague on the other side of the aisle, they have a different procurement system, and they have chosen to utilize it very differently. And so they like to, through maneuvering of their procurement system and using alternative bid forms, reduce the amount of competition in the system and shortlist, thus excluding those contractors, large and small, who are pre-qualified by the state of Colorado to compete for these projects. She's absolutely right. CDOT has a different procurement process. What we need to do is make sure that it's a level playing field so that every qualified contractor has the ability to compete on every project that's put out. It's their choice whether they choose to compete or not, but they should have a level playing field for prime contractors, subcontractors, suppliers, women-owned contractors, minority-owned contractors. They should all be able to compete for this work, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I thought Representative Benavides made an excellent case, and one of the portions of her case was that this amendment would actually make the playing field less level.
Ms. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Hooton. Please close the machine. With 26 yes votes, 38 no votes, 1 excused, the Lawrence amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Rando, will you please read the second Lawrence amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole?
Representative Lawrence moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Lawrence Amendment L091 to House Bill 17-1242 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 17-1242 is amended passed.
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't quite understand the argument on the last one that more competition would
Representative Lawrence, would you like
prices.
to move the amendment?
I move the Lawrence Amendment to the Committee of the Whole. And what this does is it actually makes price a weighted factor when you're deciding on a project that the department has shortlisted. Even though I completely disagree with shortlisting, if you're going to do that for specific projects, price should certainly be a weighted factor. And currently, for those of you who aren't aware of how these alternative contracting methods work, Sometimes price is not a weighted factor. It is not even a top factor when you decide on contractor selection. If we're going to talk about using our tax dollars as wisely as possible, then price should certainly be a weighted factor. And when it comes to developing the price of a project, that includes everything from your schedule, the labor that you use on that project, the equipment that you use, the subs, the suppliers that you use. Everything goes into consideration when you're building the estimate for that job and going forward. And if you want to make sure that we're going to use these dollars, and even though what we're looking at is $3.5 billion, and again, let's just remember that's not going to fix everything we have in our state. This is still just a bite at the apple, not the entire apple. We need to make sure that those dollars go as far as they possibly can, and this is one step to make sure that we do that. Make sure that price is a major factor when considering proposal submittals and bid submittals for the Department of Transportation by contractors who are qualified to bid on these projects. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Bush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask for a no vote for several reasons. First, CDOT has argued that doing this specific thing would in fact end up costing us more. And I realize that sounds like a convoluted argument. Also, since Representative Lawrence brought it up, yes, the $3.5 billion is Tier 1. That leaves Tier 2. But once again, I would remind everyone that those Tier 1 projects are very significant projects, and I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Mr. Randall, please open the machine. See no further discussion. Representative Lebsack, Representative Humphrey, Representative Sayes. Please close the machine. 27 yes votes, 37 no votes, 1 excused. The Lawrence amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Next up, we have the Carver amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, would you like to read the Carver amendment?
Representative Carver moved to amend the report of the committee to hold to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Carver Amendment L097 to House Bill 17-1242. Show that said amendment passed and House Bill 17-1242 is amended passed.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the amendment.
Would you like to describe the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This would move money out of the multimodal fund currently designated for non-motorized transit, and instead would shift that to transit services for senior citizens and the disabled. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Bush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Seniors and those who are disabled will be able to use those funds. In particular, if you look carefully at the bill, you'll see the odd term motor-assisted vehicle. What that means in English is a wheelchair or a scooter. Those can be used on paved or in many cases unpaved pedestrian walkways. And a reminder that the Centers for Independent Living, which is a major disabled group, and a number of other disabled groups strongly support this bill, and I would ask for a no vote on this.
Seeing no further discussion, Ms. Randall, please open the machine. Representative Pabon, Representative Lebsack, Representative Harrod, please vote. Please close the machine. With 27 yes votes, 37 no votes, 1 excused, the Carver amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Next up is the Nordberg amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, would you please read the Nordberg amendment?
Representative Nordberg moved to amend the report of the committee to hold to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Nordberg Amendment L099 to House Bill 17-1242 to show the said amendment passed and that House Bill 17-1242 is amended passed.
Representative Nordberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Nordberg Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Properly moved.
Great. Members, we've heard a lot today about broken promises from government, and one remedy to hold government accountable is audit requirement. I offered this amendment earlier today. I'm hopeful that we can once again put a performance audit requirement on this new multimodal committee. Certainly, we have to ask ourselves, what do we have to lose by adding this provision to the bill? Absolutely nothing. We're just adding another layer of oversight, accountability. The speaker did reference earlier that there is reporting requirements to the TLRC, and while I think that is a good layer of accountability, it certainly would not go as far as a performance audit that would look at how the committee is operating, how is it functioning, is it doing so in an ethical manner, an efficient manner. So again, would ask for a yes vote on the Nordberg Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and would ask for another layer of accountability. Thank you.
Representative Bush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Nordberg. I would urge a no vote on this amendment. As we heard earlier today, there are very detailed accounting and performance requirements for the Multimodal Options Committee, and those go far beyond many of the accounting, performance, and reporting options that we see in other places.
Mr. Randall, please open the machine. Please close the machine. With 28 yes votes, 36 no votes, and 1 excused, the Nordberg Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Next is the Leonard Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. We have 2 from Representative Leonard. Mr. Randall, please read the first amendment to the Representative Leonard Amendment.
Representative Leonard moved to amend the report of the committee to hold reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Leonard Amendment L107 to House Bill 17-1242 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 17-1242 is amended passed.
Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Leonard Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Properly moved.
Great. Thank you. This amendment substitutes $2.5 billion rather than $3.5 billion, but more importantly than that, its whole gist is exactly what our constituents have been telling us is please live within your budget and do not increase taxes in order to get our roads fixed. $3.5 billion will not be funded with the revenue stream that's been allocated in 1242. We saw that $300 million is funded that way, but we also took away $75 million worth of faster fees. And by the time you run those bond numbers, they don't get up to $3.5 billion. So there's a lot of work that still has to be done in that. Much of it is multimodal. This is a focus on the roads, everything our constituents have said. Let's fund what we can fund within our means, $2.5 billion. It funds at about $187 million a year. We just got done with $168 million, $21 million more, and we get ourselves $2.5 billion worth of new roads. So I would urge a yes vote.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, let's not miss this opportunity. As the bill is written today, we know that the voters of the state of Colorado would vote overwhelmingly to reject a huge tax increase upon themselves. This amendment fixes that. It will fix our roads. Vote yes.
Representative Bush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would urge a no vote. Isn't that shocking? I would urge a no vote for several reasons. First, the whole point of this bill is to bring a referred measure to the voters. Let's let the voters decide. Let's not pre-decide for them. Also, the $2.5 billion is not even close to the amount of money we need for just the Tier 1 projects. Just the Tier 1 projects. This bill, our bill, gives that money to be bonded. And by the way, we have had bond pro formas from a number of firms, and clearly the bonding amounts are more than adequate. And the money that we'll get is more than adequate for debt service, as we've talked about in 3 committees and earlier today on the floor. Lastly, we need those funds for local governments. We need those funds for multimodal. And remember, the $3.5 billion is the Tier 1 projects. I would urge a no vote.
Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 26 yes votes, 38 no votes, 1 excuse, the Leonard amendment to the report of the committee of the whole is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the second Leonard amendment to the report of the committee of the whole.
Representative Leonard moved to amend the report of the committee to hold to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Leonard Amendment L106 to House Bill 17-1242 to show that said amendment passed, and that House Bill 17-1242 is amended passed.
Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Leonard Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Properly moved.
Thank you. Members, this is fulfilling our promise that we tell everyone that transportation is a high priority. It's such a high priority that we'll actually put it as a priority diversion income stream coming off of sales and use tax like we used to do years ago before 228 came in and before we did a REF-C offset. So we talk about it, and yet every year our budget increases $10 billion in the last 10 years. However, in the last 7, we haven't attributed any money to transportation except for last year's first crack at 228 diversion money. So this helps us tell our constituents that, yes, in fact, at 7.5% off the top, it used to be 10.355% years ago, but we're going to allocate 7.5% off sales and use tax to transportation so that we can not only fund new debt service, but we're also able to fund all the maintenance of all the new roads and bridges that we build here. So this is us putting our money where our mouth is on priority diversion, and I would urge a yes vote.
Representative Bush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Leonard. I would urge a no vote. Here what we have is the argument that we've heard on many occasions that we should simply prioritize by taking money away from other things, that we should sweep existing sales tax money into other purposes. That is precisely why we're running this bill. We don't have that money. Governor Romer, Governor Owens, Governor Ritter, and Governor Hickenlooper have all, with the then directors of CDOT, looked under every cushion to try to find more money, as has our JBC and earlier JBCs. There isn't any. That's why we're pushing for a referred measure. I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 26 yes votes, 38 no votes, 1 excused, the Leonard Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Next up is the Representative Mitch Bush Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, please read the Mitch Bush Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Mitch Bush moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting severed portion number 1, lines 1 through 5 of the following McKean Amendment L110 to House Bill 17-1242 to show that severed portion number 1 lost, that the underlying Duran Amendment L103 to House Bill 17-1242 passed, and that House Bill 17-1242 as amended passed.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Mitch Bush Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Properly
Thank you.
moved.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Upon looking at the data more, very much more carefully, actually, it turns out that this amendment that we accepted would have very, very negative consequences in my district and in districts throughout Colorado. In particular, it would open up the I-70 Mountain ROD, Record of Decision ROD, to a new iteration. We don't need that. It would also open up some others to being looked at again, in particular I-70 Clear Creek, Adams County, State Highway 19 in Boulder, and so forth. This amendment then would have a very negative impact upon projects that are either underway or ready to go, and it would also delay the project delivery of these and other projects for months or perhaps years. For those of you not familiar with records of decision rods, they can take a decade or more, and indeed the I-70 Mountain Corridor one did. And by the way, of course, that corridor services the whole state, but there are a variety of other corridors. I would urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative McKean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After significant time studying this, which was like 12 minutes, I would point you first to the language, because it's important. Language, words are super, super duper important in what we do. So if you look at the language, includes planning and consideration of amendments to the Federal Record of Decision. Does not dictate that they be opened, does not say that they will be amended, says that they will include planning and consideration thereof. That's what we do. In fact, that's what bid processes on these highways will do, is how do we go about doing the exact thing we want to. So I heard that kittens were being had out in the hallway, so I thought I'd better go check on that. And the words, because words are super duper important. Speaking of which, this is words. This is our new fiscal note. So the first thing I heard was it was going to cost a lot. So I said, well, then don't we need a new fiscal note? The words were, well, it would have an unquantifiable fiscal impact. We have these things so that we can quantify the decisions that we make. We have these things and the words on the screen and the words on the bill in front of you so that we can make studied decisions about what we do. And now we hear that we have a terrible, terrible problem with, let's remember, the planning and consideration of amendments to the Federal Record of Decision, which does not say that it will open the I-70 Mountain Corridor Records of Decision. It doesn't say that it would delay the projects. It doesn't say that these consequences are necessarily negative. Those may be some of the most pejorative words I've ever heard spoken about something that, oh, hold on, is unquantifiable. So when I come to you and say, not only should you vote no on this, half the reason is because it has my name on it on the other one, and I think that should stand. But I think the other side of this is that what you just heard was it will have an effect when the effect cannot be known. All this does is make an allowance so that the citizens of Northern Colorado specifically, whom I represent many of, are not told that you have a record of decision, therefore you will have these things, therefore you will have this project in these phases that never considered the dollars that you were being asked to refer to the voters. Do your voters a favor. Give them a chance to actually have meaningful impact with their vote. I said before, you're asking 1 million voters almost to say no to this. Why not give them a chance to say yes? I urge a no vote.
Representative Jay Becker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, you know that we waited for a new fiscal note. In listening to this, they want to pull this off because they say it's going to cost us dollars. It's going to cost money. Well, the exact reason we asked for a new fiscal note was to see what the impacts of what we did, what exactly they were inside of this fiscal note. And if you look at your fiscal note, the only change is on page 1, right under State Highway Fund, says potential increase. That's it. This is your new fiscal note on exactly what we did on this bill. For CDOT to say any different, that it was going to cost them money, means that they did not give us the correct information to complete the fiscal note. That means we probably should delay everything and go back and get the proper fiscal note and see if CDOT can get it right a second time. Don't let them tell you that this is going to cost dollars when we asked for the correct fiscal note to do this. Please vote no.
Representative Bush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The reason the fiscal note says potential increase is because we don't know if the ROD will be opened. This amendment, the original amendment, allows that latitude for a record of decision to be opened. If it is opened, it will not only delay projects for years, if not decades, and in so doing cost some money, but it will also potentially cost some money just by itself. It's a conditional fiscal impact. We wouldn't know the impact unless the ROD was called. Right now, you can't do this. So I think it's really important to vote no. Yes. I've been saying no so much. Vote yes, yes, vote yes.
Representative Jay Becker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the reason this fiscal note says potential increase has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Remember, we did a study inside of this bill, a study that usually costs a whole lot of money if anybody's tried to do one. The potential increase is for the study. It has nothing to do with what we're looking at here, so don't think that the potential increase has anything to do. This has no fiscal impact. No fiscal impact. For CDOT to say any different, again, they're not telling us the truth. If they're saying there's a fiscal impact out in the hallway, and yet we ran a new fiscal note and there's no fiscal impact, this is what I'm believing right here, not the scary stories out in the hallway to get us to stop doing this because it's not convenient for CDOT. That's not what we're here for. This can be done and should be done. Ask for no.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not so much a matter of convenience for CDOT. Remember what a ROD is. It's a record of decision around which citizens have met for weeks, months, and years. The one I'm most familiar with is the I-70 Mountain Record of Decision. That was years in the making. If it were to be able to be challenged, it would probably be years in the unmaking and then remaking, which would mean that projects that are now in line would be, to put it mildly, delayed. And in other places in Adams County, Highway 119, other places in the state. That's what this is all about. I would urge a yes vote.
Representative McKean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we're kind of doing a ping pong here. This has been handed off more times. It's got more kindergarten germs on it than you've ever seen in your life. But it is what we have, right? It's what we have to say this is the impact of what decision we're making. When you say that the I-70 Mountain Rod record of decision was based on years, you're absolutely accurate. The I-25 record of decision, which was arrived at almost 6 years ago, also took hundreds of hours of citizen input, of the MPOs coming together and discussing what it was that they were going to do. And they were given a slate of options. Those options all were tied to how that project could be completed, which meant dollars. You all get that, right? That when we decide that we're going to do something, it's tied to the ability to do it with money. The other day I went to a sporting goods store and I really, really liked the shotgun that they had, but I didn't have $2,000 that day, so I didn't buy it. That was a decision based on money, like balancing your checkbook. So here we have a decision on these sheets of paper that says this is the financial matter that you need to describe. When we hear there's an unquantifiable fiscal impact, I think we should just say no. Quantify it. Tell me what it is. But also, tell me why it is that if we arrived at a 3-phase impact study and record of decision for North I-25, when these dollars did not exist, how are we supposed to tell the citizens of Northern Colorado, too bad, so sad, you already have your record of decision, and we're going to move on with every other project in the state. But, oh, by the way, we'd like your vote on our tax issue. They will tell you no, and they'll be absolutely right to tell you no. So why on earth would we not leave this allowance in this bill so that at least they have the option of being able to have their voices heard? I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Randall, please open the machine. Please close the machine. With 35 yes votes, 29 no votes, 1 excuse, the Mitch Bush amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. All right, members, there are no further amendments at the desk. Now the question before us is to vote on the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 38 yes votes, 26 no votes, 1 excuse, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Announcements and introductions. Representative Janal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Health Insurance and Environment will meet in 1:07 in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Further announcements or introductions? Representative Kraft-Tharp.
Thank you. So Business Affairs and Labor Committee members. So we have more fun this afternoon. We have 5 bills up. We'll be meeting in about 10 minutes in LSBA. Looking forward to seeing you.
All right, further announcements or introductions? Going once, going twice. Representative Pete Lee. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the delay. Judiciary Committee will meet upon adjournment or a few minutes thereafter. We're going to switch the order of the bills. The two Herod bills will be moved up to 4th and 5th place on the calendar. So see you in about 10 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further announcements and introductions. Seeing no further announcements or introductions, Assistant Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, Friday, March 31st at 9 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the remainder of the calendar will be laid over. Assistant Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until 3:30 today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess until 3:30 p.m. today.